Yeah, yeah. Rose light now. It's a proper day. Matt the Slab, my man. Cheers to you, brother. It's a super Sunday. It's a super Sunday, and we're going in for some fresh SV. We'll do 5 SV. We'll warm up a little bit, and then we'll go in and try and kill Tavarok. He's going down one of these days. He's going down. Do this. What are we in harp? Let's. Boglord Addy. We'll leave that. All right, we got a lock chest. And this is pretty good patrol timing. We can wait for him to go and then wait for him to come back, and we still got time. Although we might go for her. No, we'll go for him. We got a failure. Can we get a second? Can we get a second? No. All right. One of them came back a lot earlier. I think maybe she didn't get frozen. We were close though. Excuse me. All right, knocked, locked. Lovely. We can use Caho's. Cato. Cato strat. Save this. Ye old no much cloaking device. God, I love it. Free vanish once an hour. Unreal. 200 engineering required. Could probably make a new category here called farm and just put all of the items that I get from the farm into it, like greens and stuff. Would make it easier to sort through. So we might do that sometime soon. We did update our stream elements with commands today. So you can type exclamation mark macros, exclamation mark talents, exclamation mark server, exclamation mark armory, exclamation mark sims, and so on to get links in the Discord and all that kind of stuff. So it should work in the chat now. And I set a timer to pop up every 20 minutes with a reminder that you can press exclamation mark commands for the menu, which is good. We've needed to do that for a while, so I had to learn how to do it. So that was nice to get that done today. Every now and again, someone will pop in with Mark Server or Mark Talents. They look like a boomer when I don't have it set up. Mate, the thunder and lightning storm here last night was absolutely insane. Just an absolute deluge. Walking through it was just like someone was pouring buckets of water down. Running out at 4 in the morning after the stream for a smoke. And when the lightning struck, it lit up the courtyard in the academy here as if it was daylight. You could see everything for like half a second. Everything. Every definition of every bush and tree and shrub. Everything in the courtyard. Just pure white light for half a second. And then pitch black again. Hugzilla, good afternoon, fella. Good afternoon to yourself, Hugzilla. 791. Hope you're keeping well. No resist, that's good. We turned just a little bit too early. Oh, we got dazed. A second failure. That sucks. Okay, we'll long pull this one then. What are you farming this amount of gold for, if I may ask? You may ask, of course. Well, it's not like I'm farming it and just stacking it all. I have just under 11,000 gold. And it just lets me buy whatever I want. Like, not just anything I want, everything I want, I can buy. So I can boost a second rogue for 10,000 gold paying mages to get him 60 to 70 without worrying about anything, and AFK and do other things. I can buy any weapons that came online from phase to phase, buy all my pre-raid bits, have all my enchants and gems ready in my bags in case I get an item in the raid and I can instantly enchant it and upgrade it and keep pumping. Like any flying mounts I want. Just never have to worry about anything. But mainly I do it for the love of the game. Many people enjoy WoW for many different reasons. Some people like to level lots of alts. Some people like PvE raiding. Some people like PvP. Some people like gold farming. And I really love gold farming and stealth farming in particular as a rogue. So it's the thing, a lot of people complain in Classic that there isn't much to do outside of raiding and they're just raid logging. And that's true for a lot of people unless you have one of these, how would you call it, subculture WoW hobbies that you're passionate about. And I'm lucky enough to be passionate about this. So this is, it just keeps me, it's a thing that I love and enjoy to do in the game. And I get to make money out of it as well. So, and I can share it with other people then. So there's a lot of rogues who've learned these farms now as a result of this, and they have tens of thousands of gold and they can just chill and enjoy the expansion. Some people have bought themselves a DST, you know, some people have leveled alts. And yeah, it's nice to have lots of money and not have to worry about it. Buy warglaives, I wish, but I have a guild and we're going together. I could have bought DST by now as well, but I would have had to not gone with my guild to Gruul, and we do a world tour where we do all the raids together. Excuse me. So we do the world tour. And I didn't want to duck out on them to get DST, you know. So we can sprint here because it's going to be a long pull. I'm actually not going to blind this guy. I want to save my blind, actually. Can do an evasion here. We're going to step right through. Okay, we did get, but that's okay. Our evasion's up. So we can trust that. You want a cloak in case you get hit by that frostbolt. And we'll bandage. We're not using water walking here. We're just using swim speed. So we're going to start going pretty quick in this direction. That feels about right. We'll pop our water walking, or our swim speed now, should I say. I stopped buying water walking because it was just way too much money. They're way too expensive. And swim speed are like a fraction, maybe half the price on average. Yeah, like 2 gold for a pot. That's no problem. I think we'll prep and then we'll do this. We actually don't want to step, we just want to blind here. We can gouge him. And then we're doing a frog step. Oh, we missed him. That's brutal. Damn, that sucks. We might miss this chest now as a result of missing that. He was just too far away. He can hop over and be just out of range of your step here. Okay, we got it. And a scroll of IG5. That's nice. That was a close one. Yeah, buying Warglaives will be nice though. Somebody sent me a message on Discord. They were like, "Yo, Cruiser20, thank you for the follow." Someone sent me a message on Discord saying, "If you want a good price for Warglaives on Spine Shatter, let me know." I was like, "Mate, if I had a rogue on Spine Shatter, I would like almost consider doing that. Like if I had 20, 30, 40,000 gold, I can make more gold, no problem. You know what I mean? It's like 400 gold an hour in here. I'll never have gold problems again. And what are you going to spend your gold on? If you're going to spend it on anything, you're going to spend it on Warglyphs, right? So that is something I definitely would do if I was on that server and not in a guild. I mean, I could boost a rogue on Spine Shatter and then... Nah. Nah, this is crazy talk. Don't be putting these ideas in my head, these fantasies. Did we reset? We did. Alright, we got a chest right here. But we still got 3 minutes on our boot, so we'll get it at the end. Ah, my stream elements is working. Nice one. Nice, nice, nice. I don't know if any of you have AirPods, but one of them got wet, and now it does this whistle in my ear, as if you're inside a bridge, like you're under a bridge. And there's just windy whistles coming. It's just like in my left ear. Apparently it happens when they get wet. It's a very strange sensation. But it does add to the atmosphere, I have to say. Get this guy when he turns. It's the last chance before Classic Plus is out. Raiding with Warglaives on Rogue is a whole different game. I can only imagine, brother. I can only dream. I have never had the Warglaives. This really is it. You framed it very well. It's very dramatic, and I love it. I'm very excited about it. If I don't get them, I don't get them. It's not going to make me or break me, but God, it would be good, wouldn't it? Would it not be amazing? We'll see. The first Black Temple raid I'm in, it's me, another really good rogue in my guild, and a really good warrior. And we're the only 3 in our raid who can roll on it. And our guild lead, who's hard reserved the first set, has put himself in the other raid so that 3 of us can have a shot at the glaives. So, if that continues throughout the expansion, we're in with a pretty decent chance. Okay, we can click vanish this one, which we will, of course. We're lost. We click. We vanish. We click. Oh, it gives a gem. Alright, we'll take it. Steam Vault ASMR experience. Nice. I will take that too. What do we got? Fell Iron. Oh, that was close. Addy. We got 3 from the last cloud. Let's see if we can get a 5 this time. Another 3. a clip popped up on Twitch earlier on when I was looking through different analytics that I had made, where someone in the chat had gifted some subs, and he said rolling game, and depending on what you roll, I'll give you a certain amount of subs. So I was like, okay, and I rolled a 16, and I laughed because it was brutally bad. But then I was going into raid the next day, and I still don't have DST. And I said, we roll a 16 now so that I can roll 100 on DST tomorrow. And DST did drop the next day, and I'd forgotten. And what did I roll on it? 16. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. And I hadn't put two and two together until I saw that clip again and was reminded of it. That 16 came back to haunt me. So I shouldn't open my mouth. That was the moral of the story. Aesop's cold undead fingers came from the grave and dragged me back down into 16 hell. All right. That is it. We will get the chest on the way out, and then we're good. Save some gold for the rest of us. Hey, it's all here. It's all here. It clones itself, brother. It's the pot at the end of the rainbow. It is the land of plenty. Steam Vault. Get on in here and get your slice of the pie, because it never stops. Overextending on those step turns. Still warming up, I suppose. That could only happen to you. Yeah, I think so. It was brutal. And there was only like 3 of us, I think, that could roll on it. Yo, thank you for the follows, everybody. Appreciate you very much. Oh, this is nice. I like this Steam Elements thing, because I get to actually see the names of the people who have salted. I was going to say Salty Ben TV. I was looking at the names of the people who have salted the stream. Hello, sir. You hyped for Classic Plus next month? I am absolutely hyped for Classic Plus. I don't know when it's coming, but I am hyped for whatever is coming next month, whether it's a release date or a demo at BlizzCon. I'm not going to BlizzCon, but I am absolutely 100% pumped for it. 100% pumped for it. I mean, who isn't really? I was having a coffee with one of the other students here at the academy earlier on today. She's 18 and she plays gacha games like Genshin Impact and things like that. And we were talking about, she was showing me her characters, and a friend of mine plays these games. And I said, send me your profile, like all your characters and the weapons. I said, I don't know. She was very proud of her account. I said, I don't know how good they are, but my friend is a big Genshin Impact player, so he'll probably appreciate it. So I sent them over to him, and she was like, yeah, I'm very proud of it. She was like, I did spend a lot of money. I was like, oh, you bought them? And she was like, I bought some of them, but I earned the other ones. I was like, okay. And then we got into like an hour-long conversation about the monetization of games, basically. And I was like, I felt like I was old manning her, you know? It's like, in my day, like I started playing WoW in 2006. There was no monetization. You couldn't buy any mounts in the shop. There was no shop. Everything you got was earned. If you saw somebody with Scarab Lord mount, if you saw somebody with Baron Rivendare's mount, if you saw somebody with Thunder Fury, if you saw somebody in full tier 2 rogue like Biss, you know, if you saw any of these things, it meant that that player was like, you know, on top of their game, and it was a really impressive thing. And I was trying to explain to her how the monetization of games and pay to win and pay to look cool just ruined all of that. And she didn't really, I mean, she could understand the concept, but she didn't understand it experientially, you know. Nice, we got it. But it was an interesting conversation to have, you know, with somebody from the next generation. And I was like, this is why people love Classic. This is why people love Classic, and they're excited for Classic Plus, because we're not just going back to a game that is arguably the best video game that was ever created. We're not just going back to the hype and the experience of starting on a fresh server. We're not just going back to the unbelievable systems that are in the game and just how amazing the world that they built is and all of the things that you already know. It's not just that. We're also going back in time to a culture, a place in the culture when there was no monetization, when there was no pay to win, when there were none of these predatory monetary practices, and things were authentic and real and took time. That's not just part of the game design, that's part of the whole culture of gaming at that time. So it's taking a step back to that. That is just as important as the game design itself. And people are yearning for more difficult things. You know, like survival games have been the game of the moment for the last 5 years ish. A guy put out a video today and he made this point, and it's a great point. He said, these games, you start with nothing. You know, you work your way from wooden tools, then you can get up to stone, then you can get up to copper, then iron. And then an hour later, you're in an area that you would have been killed in at the start. And it's like, this is basically the classic experience. It's the exact same thing. It takes time to progress. You know, things aren't just handed to you. Is this locked? It's not locked. I think we're gonna kill them anyway, though. I feel like some mischief. This is the new meta for this chest. Excuse me. If it's locked, let's switch over to harp. One of those. One of those. I like the winter fall firewater. I started stacking them in my bags, mainly for Tavarok and Manitoums because we're trying to kill him. We got him down to 2% solo a few days ago, so we just need to get back to that. And they're only like 50 silver each for 35 AP. It's one of my favorite little things about TBC this time around is the fact that you can pick up Winterfall Firewater so cheap. You don't want to use major agility, you know, you don't want to use raid cons in heroics, but you still want to pump out more damage, and you know, Winterfall Firewater just fills that gap so nicely. It's super cheap and you get an awful lot of bang for your buck. You would like old school RuneScape. Sweet Pros, I'm sure that I would. I'm sure that I would. I'm sure that I'd like League of Legends as well if I got into it. But you know yourself, these games are time investments. And the old Highlander quote, you know, there can only be one. Oh, nice. That was a pretty good pump. We're gonna cloak straight away. Oh, I vanished. Uh-oh. Well, I still have my preps. It's not the end of the world. No, you don't. Don't even think about healing. Oh, yeah, baby. Woo. Living Ruby boys. Well deserved, I would say. That was a lovely, lovely little pack in the beloved harp spec. Ah, that's good stuff. That is good stuff. Third lockout, first ruby. 88 gold. Wow, how the mighty have fallen. This was 115 gold right after the season 2 stuff went up on Wednesday. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 5 days. It's dropped 27 gold. Crazy. All right, let's switch back into our proper spec. Oh, we love to see it. Thank you for the follow, yeah. Did she say how much she spent on the game? She did not, and I didn't want to ask her. But she kept telling me that she was good at managing her money, but that her mother kept complaining and giving out to her about what she spent on games. She was trying to figure out how she could buy herself a Switch for Christmas without getting in trouble. It was funny. It was a nice conversation now with the younger generation, I have to say. I enjoyed it. But no, she didn't say how much she'd spent. But then we got into, of course, the realization, or rather, the revelation to her that most of these games are based on gambling. What I'm doing here, a lot of the dopamine response I'm getting, or we're getting from these, which is the motivation, not just the gold, is not knowing what's going to come out of the chest. A chest is, it's like ripping a pack of cards. If you collect trading cards, it's like putting a bet on a horse. It's like, it's gambling. It's like a loot box, right? And it's very, very powerful psychological effects. So I went through the whole, Skinner 1960s rat experiments with the button that pushes for the food and then changing it to a button that pushes with a random response. And then the rats will just keep pressing it forever just to see what happens next. And that's us basically with slot wheels. It's the same thing, not knowing what's coming. And then social media and scrolling is basically a roulette wheel or a random response wheel on steroids. Because while it is random, it's random, but all of the random elements are tailored to be things that you are known to really like, which is absolutely nuts. That's why people are so addicted to social media. Sweet. That's why OSRS is doing so good right now. Yeah, probably. Good thing you can play OSRS on mobile. What's your Kiwi Farm setting? My Kiwi Farm setting, I'm not sure. It's kind of a broad question, but in terms of the price info, it takes the prices from Auctionator. Before I start farming, I will always scan the auction house so that the prices are updated as of the day that I farm, just before I farm. For common, it's set to market value. If I get a coil fang armament, for example, something like that. Uncommons are set to disenchant value. So it will actually, I suppose I could set them to market value, but I think it misses the gems, the green gems I get. So let's put it on market value. I took it off market value at the start because at the start of the expansion, so many people were putting up greens for ridiculous amounts of money, like 600 gold for some sword of the beast. There's absolutely no reason why it should be. People were just chancing their arms. So it would heavily skew the gold per hour. So I just took the greens off of that and put them on disenchant value. Then we go rare, which can be gems or rare items. So I put it on both. The gems will be market value, and usually the rare will be disenchant value because the LPS that you get from every rare in here is almost always worth more than the rare itself. I can't remember the last time I got a rare that when I checked the auction house, it was worth more than the shard. It just doesn't happen. However, you can get shadow res rings and capes and bracers and every bit of gear in here. And I did get, in the last 2 weeks, I got 2 shadow res bracers for plate, which I sold for 150 and 180 gold. And then I got a shadow res ring about a week ago that I sold for 380 gold. And there's a pair of shadow res boots I put on last night for 600, but they didn't sell. So I put them up again for, I think, 500, and then I think I dropped them to 400. So we'll head over to the priest when we finish this lockout, and we'll go and check if they're still on there, and if they're not, then I sold them. Yodafe, good day. Good day, mate. How you doing? Yeah, good to see you in the chat again, brother. What is the point of this? What is the point of playing games, chat? What is the point of making money in games? What could we possibly do with all this gold? It's fun for me, and I never have to worry about being able to buy things that I want. And I get to experiment, theory craft, and push the farms beyond what the meta was, which is what we did in Steam Vaults here. And we're currently working on that in the Mana Tombs by attempting to kill Tavarok solo now. And in phase 3, we should be able to do it somewhat consistently. So we're trying to improve the gold per hour from these farms, which we've done in SV and in MT, so that future generations of WoW TBC rogues can make even more money. We're trying to break the meta, my brother. We are breaking the meta. TBC gold is dirt cheap. What are you farming this nonsense for? Oh, you're one of those people. I see. You're a happy chappy who comes onto the internet and is just so full of sunshine and love. Yeah, I think I will politely decline to answer your question since it is so obviously asked from a bitter, salty hole, which you are more than welcome to stay in, my friend. We won't be having that anywhere around here. Does the Shadow Res gear drop from SV? Yes, it does. It drops from chests here. Shadow Res gear, any piece of gear can drop with the Shadow Res suffix. And it can drop an MT or SV. But the item level, all of the things you get in here are level 70. So it's going to be the BIS. It's going to be the top end amount of Shadow Res you can get. Whereas in Mana Tombs, it's going to be 63, 64, 65, 66. So we will sell the res bits from here for much more gold than we would out of MT. He's a rogue at heart. Yes. All good, mate. Hope your training is going well. Probably holding farm items till BT release. Yeah. Oh, nice one. It's here again, and it is locked. So we're gonna sap. We're gonna swap spec. Let's swap into harp. I think we're a little bit late though on these guys. Although, you know what? Let's just go for it. We can kill these two and then distract and vanish if we need to. I have never bought or sold gold in this game since I created my account in 2006. And I understand that people do, so I'm not judging you if you do. But at the end of the day, that gold will have come from a website that buys it from bots. Don't support the mafia. Come in and be a free-range gold farmer. Organic, if you like. Come in, but don't buy your gold, farm your gold. And bring it back to classic. Bring it back. Let's take it away. Take the monetization, all that nonsense away. You don't need it. You just need a 9 vulnerability belt, some rocket boots, and the willingness to learn, and you'll never need to support gold farming mafias again. Can I give me 10 gold? My eyes are crossing over as I read this sentence. It makes my brain hurt, but I can give you 10 gold if you want. How many runs did you around about in total? God, I don't know. We stopped adding the gold per hour up for SV, like the lockouts. That 29 there is the number of lockouts. This is just 3 weeks ago we started doing this. So let's say that's probably around 35 lockouts times 5 is 175. And we did well over 1,000. So we're up at around probably 12 to 1,300 SV runs since launch. And MT is a lot less. I only started doing MT when I was traveling in June and July for 6 weeks. I was back in Europe. I couldn't stream. I lost all my subs. I lost everything because I needed to go back and interrupt the streaming journey. And while I was traveling that time, MT was just handier, 30 minutes in and out, like it, friends, family, I was meeting people and stuff. So yeah, but I fell in love with Mana Tombs in that time. Harp spec Mana Tombs. Absolutely love it. It's incredible. Actually thinking of pick up Mai Tai again. Do it, man. Do it. It'll be sore, but you'll be in much better form, not just physically, but also psychologically and emotionally. I'm really enjoying the routine I have in my life now of training in the morning and afternoon and then streaming at night. It's very, very nice. I'm at around 320 strath runs on Paladin. Kind of burned out, but doing 5 or 10 each day to keep going at it. Yeah, the burnout can be real. Burnout can be real, especially I think with farms when they become more brain dead, and Manitoums can definitely be like that. But SV, I don't know what it is. I think it's because I have a big emotional response anchored to my SV experience because of coming in here and figuring out how to get all the chests and then making the guide. That was like a big, it's like a big moment for me. So it was very meaningful and I enjoyed it very much. So this might have been a little bit premature because I don't actually have my evasion. We can eat some corpse though. God, I love being undead. I missed it so much. I was leveling a rogue on hardcore today, an undead, night elf rogue, and not having cannibalize was a pain. Yeah, so I don't get the burnout from SV as much. If I had to do MT like all day every day, I get mind numb. But with SV, because there's different ways to do the pulls, it's a little bit more shenanigans. I don't know. There's something a little bit more dynamic and fun about it for me. But that could just be a consequence of the emotional anchoring I said. See that amber cape of healing we got? 2450. It might actually sell for something like that. Maybe. It's pretty solid healing. But if that was Amber Cape of Shadow Wrath, it would be Biss in phase one. So they were selling for hundreds of gold. I sold one for 400 and something gold in phase one. And if it was an Amber Cape of Shadow Resistance, it's going to be big money. And Frost and Nature Resistance were big money as well at the start of phase two or at the end of phase one for SSC, you know? Okay, we got 33 minutes left until we hit our first lockout. And I'm in the wrong spec again. How much do you guys think will cost HR glaives at the start of the phase? How long is a piece of string? How much money do you have? Like if someone said the glaives are 10k each, 20k, I would be like, yep, no problem. If I had 40k and they're like, it's 40k, you're guaranteed the glaives. Yeah, no problem. I would pretty much give any amount of money that I had to get them because like I can just come in here and farm more gold. There's nothing else I need the money for. Like if I was actually in a position where I could actually pay someone, I am going in with my guild. I'm going to go in with my guild. I'm not going to do that. But if I could do that, whoever was selling them would have me by the absolute balls because they could just say, all right, I can, been watching your stream. I see you've got 50k gold. Give me 50k gold and the Warglaves of Heroes. Like, yeah, all right. And the only way I would ever get a better deal is if someone came along and said, I'll do it for 40. That'd be it. That'd be it. All right, there it is. It's not locked. We can prep and click vanish. Oh, nice. 2 blues. Chestguard of the Dark Stalker, which is an LPS, and a Dawnstone, which is pretty much the same value at the moment, but we'll keep them until phase 3 drops and they'll go up a bit. That was a nice chest. That was like 50 gold in blues. Two super manas. 210, 450. So 50, 55. And then we got that, say, about 60 gold all in. Not a bad little chest. We'll take it. And we got a corium. That's nice. We got a corium. Let's also find good farms in Classic Plus when it comes. Brother, that is my number one. I'm getting the Rogue to level cap as soon as possible. I will be doing 24, 48-hour streams whenever it lands. My sole focus on this planet when Classic Plus comes is to stream and create Classic Plus content. And the number one niche that I'll be focusing on is Rogue gold farmings. Like all the tips, tricks, trinkets, and techniques that we've accumulated over the years will be thrown into every single corner and lost point of every single dungeon. And we're going to figure out all the shenanigans. And I cannot wait. It's literally the most exciting thing that's happened in Classic since Classic. And Casa, howdy, how you doing? Welcome back to the chat. Lovely to see you back again. Thank you so much. You always come into the chat. You're always supporting the stream for days, probably even weeks now. So I really appreciate you. Yodove, is it allowed? That would be like GDKP. I mean, it's not technically allowed, but people still do it, right? You'll get whispered a Discord server. You'll join the Discord server. And then you'll sign up for the event. And they'll make sure you have the gold, and then they'll figure out a way to do it in the game, whereby you get the glaives and they get the money, because that's how people do it with DST. I've never done that, but I mean the temptation, and I wouldn't for the reasons I already mentioned. I have a guild. We go in. I'll see if I can get them. I want to get them naturally. If I can't, whatever. But I got to tell you, we'll see. If I can't get Warglaves toward the end of the phase, it could be a thing where I might ask the leadership of my guild, look, could I bail out for the last month, we'll say, or for the last few weeks of the phase? You know, could I bail out and join this, where if they do drop, I'm guaranteed to get them? Or if I just need one, you know, something like that. Now, if we go on to Sunwell and we don't do Black Temple after Sunwell, for example, then it's fine, because for the whole of Sunwell, for the whole of those patches, if we're not running BT, I can just pug BT. And if I can pug BT, then I might be able to be in a situation where I can yoink some glaives for some hard-earned gold. SV is always fun. The window, 0.5 seconds between looting a chest and re-stealthing with the 5 mobs on top of me gives me mini heart attack. Yeah. It's not a cakewalk. You don't have to be brain dead like Manitombs. It takes effort, and it's very rewarding for that. And when you get like a Shadow Res bit, or you get a couple of living rubies or topaz, it feels much more rewarding in SV. Did you also invest in a lot of items that potentially go up in price after phase 3? Yeah, I bought 1,148 haste potions, and I was just stacking them. I would liquidate all of the assets from my farms when I finish my lockouts. And then 760 followers. Holy, thank you everybody. Appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you. Yeah, we were stacking haste pots, liquidating all the assets, turning it into gold, and then buying haste pots with them. Because since the dawn of time, since the Dark Portal opened, haste pots have gone up in price from the start of the phase, from the first phase, all the way up to Sunwell. They just keep increasing. And then Blizzard pulled the rug with their Mark of the Illidari for 10 shenanigans. So we had to offload all of our haste pots, and I sold 1,148 in about 3 or 4 days. And I lost about 1,500 gold, but I managed to recoup about 15 or 16,000 gold, something in that region. And I'm very glad I did that, because when I went on to buy them for my raid, which was those 3 or 4 days, and then another 3 or 4 days later, they were down to like 11 gold, and I would have lost thousands more if I had waited. So yeah, I'm not really investing the gold now at the moment. Kind of playing it safe, but I am saving all of my ores. You know, we've got 711 adamantite bar, 314 corium, 88 eternium, 11 hardened, 443 fel, and that's what I'm saving. Because a little birdie told me that the fel iron's going to go up a lot in Wrath. But that begs the question, what's coming first, Wrath or Plus? So we'll see. Okay, it's not locked. That's nice. Everything's up. Everything's ready. So we just need the patrols to be in the right spot now. Which they are, kind of. No. We'll go anyway. If it's not locked, we don't need to bring them all the way up to the top. You know, we can do this one, which is fine. Scroll of Agi 5, lovely. We'll take those all day. Oh, are you serious? I'm done here. I'm cooked. All right, fair enough. You got me. Kind of feel like they saw me because I had the free action potion thing around me, even though I was in stealth. It feels like that free action aura kind of brushed up against him and tickled his whiskers, and he was like, what was that? And then turned around and saw me. That's what it felt like. Demon slaying elixirs. I just got them for myself. Yeah. I got them for myself. But little tip for you guys. How many have I got? 203. That'll last me for the phase, I think. But little tip for you guys: if you're still doing your shadow res bits, 174 is the breakpoint that a lot of guilds are wanting. If you're not doing the shadow res thing and you're going in super sweaty with the boots and the neck and all that, and the belt, more power to you. Good luck, and that is a very good strat if you can all pull it off. It's great. You're going to be able to pump the boss and do big damage, and that's wonderful. But if you're going to play it safe and you're going to get the shadow res and your guild is requesting it, you only need to get to 164 shadow res, not 174. Because the base consumable for Mother Shiraz, this is for physical DPS, by the way. The best consumable from Mother Shiraz is, of course, Elixir of Demon Slaying, which is a battle elixir. We can use a Guardian elixir with that. We can use Gift of Arthas, and Gift of Arthas increases your resistance to shadow by 10. So those last 10 points, it's a break point. It's not like you incrementally get more shadow res as the number increases. There are break points that have significant impact on the amount of damage that you take. So that last 10 points can sometimes mean the difference between, oh, I've put on all my BIS gear and I've put on sockets and stuff, but I'm 10 short. So then you're like, okay, now I have to swap out a ring for a green ring of shadow res, or now I have to swap some BIS piece out. And that 10 can cost you a lot of DPS if you can't make it up. But just remember, if you use Gift of Arthas, you get 10 shadow res with the demon slaying, and it can save you swapping out a BIS piece for something that doesn't give you any DPS value, really. I've looked the last few days randomly into your stream. Are you only farming gold? At the moment, yes. I'm just getting used to streaming. I'm very new to streaming. So I'm just getting used to streaming, talking to chat, farming gold. This has kind of been the niche that I've launched the channel off, because I developed the SV farm beyond what it had been before and pushed the meta for this farm. And now we're trying to solo Tavarok in Manatoons. We almost got him down, so we're going to kill him before Phase 3 launches, hopefully, with a little bit of luck. So they're just like personal challenges and interesting things that I like to do in the game. So this is like the main thing. But I want to do some hardcore, to stream some hardcore leveling. I want to stream some era gold farming as well. I want to at some point get into some PvP and do that. But because I'm so new to streaming, I'm a little bit skittish about that because I'm like, what if I switch from gold farming and loads of people stop watching because they're not interested in the hardcore content? So there are risks that I need to take, and I need to branch out into those things. But I'm just thinking, don't be too hasty about doing anything at the moment. Just keep it steady. Just keep your schedule up, and keep working. I just got Stream Elements. That's how noobish I am to this. I just got a bot that you can now type in !talents, and it'll show you like a list of the 4 different talent builds I have for different things. You can type in !server, Discord, Armory. It'll show you all the gear that I have. ! Those commands. So that's how noobish I am to streaming, that I only just set up those commands with a chat bot now. So I'm just taking my time at it, being patient, but I will switch the content up at some point. But thank you for reminding me, because there's always things that you need to be reminded of so you can push yourself. We got a noble topaz. I mean, this is a nice run, lads. We're at 478 gold, almost 500 gold. This is going to be a big hour. That's super nice. It's our last lockout. We still got 2 mines to go. We potentially could get another gem from a mine. So this is a very, very nice hour. Do it with guild makes and win it fairly feels more. Yeah, exactly. It's more like old school. Although I would like Warglaves. And if it goes into... Yeah, we'll see. Does pickpocket work on Nagaz? Yes, it does. You can pick them. I used to pick all the time in here. I have a dedicated spell hit set because spell hit rating reduces your chance to get resists from pickpockets, which was unknown before, or if it was known, it was known by the rarefied few, and it wasn't common knowledge. So Wood Gnomes actually figured that out in the pre-patch when I found this Spine Sever, which we proved you could get in the pre-patch before TBC even launched. I got this. So when we were doing all that pickpocketing, we discovered also that spell hit reduces pickpocket resists. So you can pick them. I just don't anymore because I'm not arsed. It takes a lot of time, and the risk of getting a resist is still there, and I want to chat, and I also want to get back, and I don't want to have another set in my bags. I need a full set pickpocketing gear. Not a full set, but a few items. And I have enough in my bags already, They're always full. There's just a lot of... Every aspect of it is a little bit of a headache added to the farm, and I just don't think it's worth it. Yeah, you can get rubies, you can get topaz, you can get dawnstones, you can make more money doing it. But I'm making enough money already, so I'm not too worried about it. And I picked enough pockets. Always happy to be in your live stream. And Casa, thank you. Always happy to have you. Tomorrow will be a little milestone on this channel of yours. It's going to be 20 days watch stream. I didn't miss a single stream since I found you on my Balkan Heritage brother. Highlander, you absolute legend. Highlander. Ah, bro, that's so good. 20 day streak. I need to figure out how to set it up so I can see those streaks on Elements, but we'll get that sorted sometime soon. Every day we're improving the stream a little bit more and getting it a little bit more professional. So we will get there. Thank you so much for your 20 stream streak. You're an absolute legend, and I appreciate you very much. All right, I think we can actually Hearthstone here because we got everything, right? So let's get out of here. Yeah, good call to sell it ASAP. Yeah. Getting gear after legitimately going through a grind is always better. I hope they ban add-ons in Classic Plus and level cap. Gold buying is out of control. Everyone does it. Yeah. Thank you for the follow. 1000 dB. Wow, guy likes it. Guy likes it loud. If it's anything like SOD, it will be out 3 to 4 weeks after announcement, and they have been working on it for a while. I think Samwise might have been right about this one. I'm starting to feel like he might have been right in the sense that it would be coming sooner rather than later. Three gems, different colors, very nice. All the warm colors and a shadow drain out. We'll take it. Now, I want to see if we sold those boots for like 400 gold or whatever it was. Before we do that, let's bag value. That's not what I want. Money looter. That's what I want. Kiwi farm. 290.64. It's 64, so we rounded up to 491. 491 gold. That was a nice hour. 491. Let's add that to the gold total, which is at 50. 491 plus 50 is 541. 121,000 gold, 541. Sweet. Let's do that one, and log over. How are we looking on poisons? We're all right. Let's rep up because we did die a couple of times. Sweet. I think C+ will come out in the end of the Wrath of the Lich King rerun. Part of me kind of hopes that's the case, but the end would be another year. A year and a half, probably. But it would be nice to finish the classic canon and then go straight into Plus. It would fit very well. So maybe next fall. I don't think they're nowhere near ready. Going to be exciting to see at BlizzCon. Yeah, big time. Zeb TV, I'm with you on that one. That was my initial thought. But with all the hype now, I'm starting to get copium syndrome, and I'm just like, no, it's coming in like 3 weeks. We need to get ready, just freaking out. But no, I think Plus will come out in 2028, late 2027. Yeah, I would hope late 2027. What did I use for the speed boost? Rocket boots, most likely. But if it was in the water, then a swim speed potion. At Rogue's Diary, hey, could use some advice. I'm trying to choose my main for TBC anniversary and can't make up my mind. I want to play DPS, do all the raids up to BT, but also enjoy Arena. If you had to pick one fun DPS invest all the time into, what would you choose and why? Well, I'm kind of biased because I actually have I'm kind of one of these stubborn players that has been playing since 2006, but only ever plays a certain select number of classes. I play Rogue, Mage, Rep Pally, Death Knight. And in TBC, I've only played Rogue, Mage, and Rep Pally. However, if you want to join now, always get into groups, always be invited to raids, make a Shaman. It's a lot of fun as DPS. You can go in Enhance or Elemental, so you can get the caster vibe or the physical melee vibe. You're going to be beloved in any group that you're in, if as a Enhance or as any Shaman, because you can bring Wind Fury. If you're put in a caster group, you're going to be able to bring Mana Spring Totem. You will be absolutely adored by everyone. So Shaman is a really, really good bet if you want to get invited very easily into raids. We're going to see how much we can get for that healing cape. That is what I would advise you to do, even though I've never played Shaman. So, but I just know that you're always looking for Shamans, right? Oh, there they are. We got them back. The Shadow Protection boots, or Shadow Prop boots. We got them back. So we'll put them back up again. Shaman, if you want an easy time. If you go Rogue, you're not gonna get into groups. People aren't gonna invite you, especially if you're a new player. 24 gold. All right, we'll see if we can sell it for that. It's gonna be very difficult to get into groups as a rogue, especially now going into Black Temple because warglaves are prioed and there's going to be extra number of rogues and warriors in raids now, or more than there would have been because of the push to want to get glaives. So any spots that were kind of available, like you would be very lucky to get into a raid now as a new player in Black Temple. You're just not going to have the gear. You probably won't be ready. I wouldn't go rogue. Any other time or any other expansion, I'd just say rogue straight away because it's my favorite class. It's really fun. You can gold farm, you can do dungeons, but we get shit on in TBC, and people love an excuse to shit on rogues. So it's not a very fun place to be if you don't know how to navigate that culture and you don't know how to get into raids, even though you're considered it bad. So I would say go Shaman. Shaman is very good. Or Ret Pally. So last TBC round, Ret Pallies were quite popular. And historically, they've been very popular because we get them as mosquito. I got the bitch. But this time around, for some reason, Ret Pallies aren't that common. I don't see them around the place. TBC was the Ret Pally expansion because for the first time, Hordes could play Paladin and Shamans or Draenei's could play Shamans or Ally could have Shaman. So these were the big popular classes in the original TBC. And then when it was re-released, 2020 we had Classic, and then 2021 or 22 we had TBC, and of course Ret Pallies and Shamans were popular again. But this time around, I feel like people have scratched their Ret Pally itch, and now I'm actually going to cancel a few of these. I don't want to sell the fell now. But now I haven't seen that many Ret Pallies. And when I asked my guild, hey, I'm thinking about making an alt, what class would you want the most for me to have a second alt for raid? And I was thinking about either Shadow Priest or a Ret. And they were like, Ret. There's just not enough Rets around, which is crazy because they bring those great buffs. So I would say a Ret Paladin, Seal of Blood, the casino, seal twisting is insanely fun. I'd go Ret Pally or Shaman. That would be my advice. Now, I ended up making another rogue and leveling it to 70, and he's got 2 blink strikes and he's just sitting outside Mana Tombs now, crying. But we'll get around to him. Yeah, I just confirmed Zod was announced at BlizzCon 23 November 3-4 and was released November 30th. Yeah. They did surprise us with Zod for sure. Hardcore farming. No, this isn't hardcore. Hardcore farming. Maybe you're referencing what I mentioned earlier on. So heroic farms for the streaming content I was mentioning earlier, things that I want to do. It's like, I want to go on a hardcore server and show some of the rogues there, some of the farms, single solo dungeon farms that you can do on hardcore that can make you in solo self-found. You can get loads of money, loads of gear. And as long as you know what you're doing, you can avoid death quite easily. So for sure. Now let's go and kill Tavarok. Albag04, yeah. The chat, I'm not used to having this many chat messages because I'm noob streamer. So it's actually taken me quite a while to catch up with them. I apologize for the delay in me getting to your questions. SOD was a fun project they wanted to try out. C+ is the next era of the game, so it's nothing alike. I have to agree on this point. SOD, they did put some time into it, but it was just like they threw a load of shit at the wall to see what would stick. And it was, a fun project. They didn't have to take it seriously. Classic Plus is the future of the Classic brand and a bastion of a time in gaming that is considered to be precious and almost like sacrosanct. People are so involved in it emotionally, psychologically, culturally. People want that experience again. And like I said earlier, it's not just about the game design, it's about the practices that have evolved within the gaming culture in terms of monetization and um, predatory gambling, loot boxes, and all these kinds of things that and buying currencies and buying coins, and the whole Diablo Immortal debacle, and just showing the dark side of companies and what happens when the people who love and design games get squeezed out of the companies, and it gets hollowed out and replaced by people who are only interested in money and have no idea about the end product or how it affects the consumer, and are completely out of touch with the market. And that's just the classic tragic tale of Blizzard, unfortunately. But now we have this chance to go back, and so Classic Plus is definitely, it's like trying to restore a piece of fine art, whereas sod was just like kindergarten origami and painting with potatoes. So I understand the distinction between the two of them. So I don't think they're alike in that stage, but yet it could be the case that Blizzard decides to surprise us with Classic Plus the way they did with sod, because sod they did very quickly, and apparently, I mean, they've been working on Classic Plus for 2 years now. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that they could have actually been very involved, created a great game, put as much time and effort in, and made it to the best of their ability, and they are waiting to surprise us with it. So that could also be the case in terms of, how and why it might come out very quickly. It doesn't mean that it was rushed the way sod was. So yeah, you got any good farms for enhanced shaman? No profs, unfortunately. I have no idea. I would type into YouTube, wow, TBC enhanced shaman farms. I do actually. Go to Sholomance. You go down to Sholomance, level 60 dungeon. Go in there. Go to YouTube. You'll find a guide somewhere from somebody. You go in. You jump down. You go into the big main room. You kill the necromancers and you kill the summoners, and they can drop dark runes. And dark runes are bis consumable for mana users all the way through TBC and all the way through Wrath. It's insane. So you go down there, you kill the rooms, you kill the summoners, and you kill the other ones that I just mentioned that I can't remember now. Then you go into the next room, you kill the same, you go out, that's about 12 minutes, and you reset. If you get lucky, you can get like 400 to 500 gold an hour. If you get unlucky, you're down to like 100 to 200 gold per hour. Like the bottom is way lower, but it's still a decent farm. So you can do that one 100%. My guild lead, one of my guild leads does that. He goes in with his warrior. Another priest in my guild does that. Like pretty much any class can do that farm because they're level 60s, and you can easily kill them and just move on pack to pack and then head out and reset. So Sholomance Dark Rune Farm, check it out on YouTube, and you'll be able to make yourself a decent amount of gold. More than enough that you'll need for your raid cons and all that for the week. Hello friend, are we still doing Steam Vault in phase 3? Oh yeah. This is BIS. Mana Tombs and Steam Vault are BIS until the end of the expansion. No question about it. The gems aren't really that much of the farm. The gems are what bring it from, a 350 gold per hour farm up to a 400 gold per hour farm on average. But they don't come that often. They're the cherry on top. But the meat and potatoes of this farm is the ore and the disenchanting mats and the scrolls and stuff like that, and the raw gold from the chest. That will not change, and it will keep going up in price all the way through. So don't worry, you're not too late. Get in now. Forget about anyone who tells you this farm is going to die because of gems. It's total bullshit. They don't know what they're talking about. The gems are worth a very small percentage relatively of the money of these farms. So even if the bottom of the market drops out on gems, you're still going to be making hundreds of gold per hour in here. Shaman is the most sought after class. Boom. If you like to support Go Shaman, don't top the meters. It's really fun. Thank you for the following. Hey man, almost 65 woo. Get my first Scimitar of the Nexus Stalker, my first Mana Tombs run. Sadly, didn't see a single good main hand sword until 70. And you won't. They're just not in the game. You need to go to... just get the Season 1 sword with honor, right? Just get the Season 1 sword with honor. Or you can get Latros. If you go into Black Morass normal, you just farm that again and again and again. If you get 2 Latros and you equip 2 Latros, it will give you the 2 set bonus. Two Latros is insanely good. So see there, there's a two-set bonus at the bottom that says it increases attack power by 30. You don't need to have two different swords. You can use both of them. They're the same sword. It's not unique, and it will activate the two-set bonus. Having two of those in harp spec is insanely powerful. So if you can't get the season one weapons yet, get two Latros, and you're gonna be fine. I have a red palette alt and I can't get a group even though I decently geared and I haven't touched tier 5 raids yet because people say I don't have logs on my pala. Mage is going to be a lot of fun, a little bit boring with the rotation, but a lot of fun. Mage, not age. Not having logs, you just have to grind through that. Do some Kara. You just have to grind through that. You will get into a group if you keep trying. You have to accept that you're going to get rejected at anything you do in life. But in WoW, you're going to get rejected, especially by guilds who want to perform. And if you don't have logs, it looks bad. But it's a numbers game. It's like asking a girl out. Most of the time, 9 times out of 10, you're going to get rejected. But then you get accepted. So you just got to keep going at it and just don't get disheartened. And you will get into a raid, and then you'll get your logs, and you can just work your way up from there. Reckoning in PvP is fun as well. Are you Glaive Prio and Guild? No, I'm not, but I am in one of the groups where it's not Prio to someone else, so I will get a chance to roll on it. So you hold on to Fell Iron because people are rolling NG at the end of TBC for Wrath? Exactly. Everyone is going NG at the end of TBC. Wow, there's lots of messages. Hey, why you save all the ore? I might go jewel crafting at some point. I definitely will in Wrath. But the ore is worth very little now. There's no point selling it because it's 2 gold for an adamantite ore. And at peak, phase to phase, they go up to 275. So even if I do want to sell them, this is definitely the wrong time to sell them. And I might just hold on to them because in Wrath, everybody needs to go engineering and jewel crafting. They're the two best PvE professions for physical DPS at least, and maybe even for casters as well, I'm not sure. But the most amount of people will go engineering out of all 3 classic expansions. Wrath of the Lich King is the one where the most people go engineering, and in order to level up engineering, you need to go through the different ores from the different expansions, obviously, and you need 70 Fell Iron bars, and you need 30 or 40 Adamantite bars, and nobody will be farming those. So if you have a stockpile of them, you're going to be able to 4 or 5x your money on what they're worth now. So it's a bit of a long game, but it's definitely going to pay off. You all seem to know more about Classic Plus than Blizz does. Yeah. Mana Pots plus scrolls for chests will always sell good. Exactly. You are 100% correct. Haven't played TBC for a while now. Can't go back as long as it's unsure if it's going to go TBC era or not. Yeah, fair enough. I've never been rejected by a girl. I can't relate. The goat. Caster will go NG, Taylor probably. NG definitely. It's a 340 haste on use for 12 seconds. Yeah, and not only that, but you get the Nitro boots, which are the best form of NG boots in the 3 classic expansions, and you get portable mailbox, you get Jeeves, you get the Gnomish engineering knife. There's 10 other things that are absolutely insane. Wrath engineering is bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. All right. And you get a Dalaran auction house. Exactly. Crisis. You get a Dalaran auction house when nobody else does. It's bonkers. All right. Give me 2 minutes. We're going to go in. We're going to do 5 Mana Tombs run. And we're going to attempt to kill Tavarok 5 times. And probably I'll just stay in here trying to kill Tavarok because we've done our SV. And I'm more interested. I want to get him down and kill him in phase 2. Nobody else has done it. I want to do that. So we'll probably stay in here all night trying to kill Tav and have some fun and some more chats. I'll be back in 3-4 minutes. All right. Instant, that's fine. Let's get some stamina. Busted cans of Coke. Yeah, and I don't pickpocket. Not anymore. I used to do it all the time. There's a pickpocketing guide in one of my farm guides. Excuse me. I am in the wrong spec here. We're not going to prep. We're going to save it for Tavarog. Spec Lone Star. Yes, brother. Hey, man, you got a bunch of follows. I did get a bunch of follows, which I really, really appreciate. Thank you very much, guys. We hit 790 followers there a little while ago, which is crazy. I had like 200 and something 3 weeks ago. So it's growing, and I appreciate it very much. I'm very grateful. I got 34 seconds, so we're going to pick here. I do pickpocket only when I have to wait for my blade flurry, and there's a chest. But you get resists like that. Stuff 92, thank you for the follow. I'm going to wait for these to pass because they will social. Oh, he hit me with another one. That's so annoying. So we're going to die here. Yeah, we're definitely going to die here. Ah, that was super unlucky RNG. He hit us straight away. We cloaked. What we could have done, actually is when we killed the first two, just been patient, let the sap run out, eat one of the corpses, get back to full health. Then if we get the double pain, we've got enough of a buffer. I was just in speedy mode. Excited to get to Tavarok. I kind of feel like tonight might be the night. Probably going to stay in here for about 4 hours just so we can kill Tavarok. We're so close. What do you use to shave your head? I can't ever get a clean look. I use a razor. And if you just keep shaving it, just a straight razor, and you can actually, as long as you keep shaving it every day or every couple of days, you can just shave it. Like I could literally stand here with the razor and just shave it now. Just shave it straight. But you go against the grain. Go against the grain. And then you get an extra day out of it. And it looks super smooth. Aerodynamic. Hydrodynamic. You can even dive through sand a little bit faster if you need to. Do you think it's worth getting the fist weapon main hand at 65 from Ring of Blood, or just stick with the sword from Hellfire Ramparts? I think the fist is pretty good. I don't remember exactly. I think it's pretty solid. I don't know, because I had rank 14 PvP weapons and I just used them all the way up to 70. But the fist might be okay. I don't think it matters too much when you're leveling up like that. The sword from Ramparts, I think that's the Shadowrend Longblade, if I'm not mistaken. The fist from the fist is going to be more DPS for sure, but you're not going to get as many sword spec procs, right? I would go with whichever one looks cooler and whichever one you prefer to do. I wonder if Classic Plus will have AoE loot like Mop onwards. All these seemingly small decisions have to weigh so much on the devs' minds. I don't think they'll have AoE loot, because it wouldn't be in the Classic. It wouldn't be Classic. They have to be very, very careful about what they introduce and what they take out, because it has to fit within the feeling of Classic, and AoE looting is not in the feeling of Classic. So I doubt very much. I would bet heavily against that happening, like 99-1. Why MT all day and not only SV? Well, we did 5 runs of SV just to warm up, but what we're trying to do in here is kill Tavarok solo. We want to be the first rogue to do that. And it's a little personal challenge. Now, it's not going to be something that we can consistently do every run, because we've tried it every run for the last week, and we got up to 2% once. However, once we're in phase 3 gear, we should be in a better position to be able to do it more consistently. And in trying it every week, or in trying it multiple times every day rather, we're learning, innovating, sharing ideas with chat, and making it more streamlined. So we're pushing it and getting closer and smoother and faster and better at it, to the point where we'll reach a point where we'll break through, and then we'll be able to do it consistently. And if we can do it consistently, then we change the meta for the farm forever, which is desirable. Then Mana Tombs will be worth even more money, and we can make a guide on it, and that's good. That's good stuff for all rogues who ever want to do TBC. If we can do that, I'll be very, very happy, because it means in TBC we've updated and made better both of the major gold farms for Rogue, through theory crafting and testing and making breakthroughs. So we'll break the meta and make it anew. Will Gladiator P1 gear hold up in there? Oh yeah. No problem. You can do this in Gladiator Phase 1 gear. No problem at all. No problem. It's obviously not as smooth and as fast as this gear, Phase 2 Bis, but it's very, very good. And your Gladiator gear is probably, if you do PvP, then it's probably going to, well, if you do PvP, you're going to have better Gladiator gear. But if you go and farm a load of Honor and just buy the Gladiator gear, just go out and slot it with a load of rubies or attack power gems. You don't need the hit. So just Agi and attack power are going to give you the most value. So just go with whatever one is, I would say whatever one's cheaper, but Agi is absolutely insane for this farm, because agility gives us AP and crit and dodge. All 3 of those stats are bis for these farms. We want to dodge all the attacks of the packs that we're trying to kill. We want to crit them more and we want to do more AP. So if you just get Gladiator rank 1 gear and stack it full of Delicate Living Rubies in every slot, you're flying. Absolutely flying. All right, let's go Tavarok. First, let's do this. Gift of Arthas, Scroll of Stamina, Mudfish. We're not using any big raid cons because it feels like cheating. It's like completely unviable. We're just using cheap ones. Mudfish, 50 silver, Fire Water, Scroll of Stamina is like 1 silver. The Gift of Arthas are a little bit pricey, but whatever. We won't be using that once we're in phase 3 gear anyway. We won't need it. We want instant on the main hand, deadly on the offhand, and then we're going to swap here into Tavarok spec. The spell hit affect pickpocket? Yes, it does. 100%. Here we go. Okay, we managed to dodge that. That's really, really nice.
Stun incoming.
Okay, this is a solid run, actually. We might be able to do this here. Guys, I think we might be able to kill him here. We just can't... Oh, bollocks. That's so annoying. No! No! Oh! Oh, that's brutal. That's brutal RNG. Oh, God. Oh, I was so hopeful. We're going to get him. We're going to get him. It's just a matter of time. Let's reset the dungeon. But that was a really, really nice RNG. So what happened there is his Earthquake spell is AoE, but it's physical. So we can actually dodge it. So what we really want to have happen is kind of just what happened. We get our early pump off. We have our evasion up. He does an Earthquake during our evasion. But because we have such high dodge just flat, we have 31.81, call it 32% dodge. When we add evasion to that, it goes up to 82. We evasion at the start. Then when we start taking hits again, we prep and evasion again. Any Earthquake he casts in that time, we have an 85% chance to dodge. So we don't actually use FAP on the Earthquake, or on the first Earthquake at least. Once our evasions have fallen off on the second Earthquake, usually, or third one, we'll FAP. Then we've got 30 seconds where he can't hit us with Crystal Prism or with Earthquake. And we can pump again. Then when that FAP falls off, we kind of want to vanish straight away. We burst around the corner and we drop our target dummy. So he focuses on that and then we can heal up. And we just got super unlucky. So it was a very good RNG run from that perspective. But we got really unlucky at the end where he hit us with the Earthquake coming around the corner. If he hadn't hit us with that, we would have had a lot of health. But even so, it wouldn't have made a difference because he hit us with a Crystal Prism straight away. And even if you're at full health, Crystal Prism is going to take you down to like nothing, like 20% from full health, 20 or 10%. So it's brutal. So close, yeah, I know. It wasn't as close as the one a few days ago. We had him down to 2%. You couldn't even see his health bar. That was difficult now. I'll play it safe here. Oh, my deadly poisons, of course. Okay, I'm an idiot. It's the one thing that keeps getting me. I can spec swap. Now I've got this add-on to swap my bars, and it swaps the gear, which were the things that were getting me killed before, forgetting to swap all of the different variables around. And now it's forgetting that I have deadly poison on my offhand because it does more DPS on Tavarok, but it breaks blinds. So in situations, case in point, what just happened there. Shit, bro, nice try. Yeah, it was a good one. It was a good one. Isn't it worth to cast evasion during the cast both times? During the cast both times. Yeah. Yeah, so it could be. But the other thing is he hits pretty hard anyway. If I don't cast evasion and I wait for him to cast earthquake, my health will be down like a lot. And I'd rather have evasion up and double evasion because double evasion gives me 30 seconds. Then I fap for 30 seconds. That's a minute. As long as we get decent RNG, that's enough time. But we need decent RNG at the end as well. So in the last run, it worked, the evasion worked. Because in that first 15 seconds, he's usually going to cast one earthquake. And even if he doesn't, we're getting value out of the evasion because we want to be dodging his attacks because he hits like a truck. And I also don't have to worry about having to cast it during his evasion when my evasion's already up, if you get me. So it's 15 into 15 and then into a FAP, basically. Let's see, what was our time on that one? That was a 1 minute. That was a 1 minute. But, you could be right. We could stagger. We could go Coastly Strike. That's going to give us 15 on top of our flat 35-ish, which is going to be 50%. But then we flip a coin on whether Earthquake's going to hit. And because we don't get the opportunity, we only get one shot at it, and we have a 10-minute prep, so we get it once in a run. I don't want to leave the chance of Earthquake hitting down to 50%, because then we need to be super lucky on the RNG for that. Super lucky. It's too many things. I'd rather just evasion, double evasion, into FAP. That's been the best method so far. But there's also so many things to keep track of, But this is the one that I'm going to stick with because I'm the most comfortable with this rotation now as it's developed. And it's the one that's going to be closest to the kill. But all of the theory crafting feedback is definitely appreciated. So I appreciate your insight and the comment. Okay, let's wait for a second. What's the earthquake cast time? I think it's 1 second, I think. It's incredibly fast. That's annoying. We're going to do the thing that we said we should have done the last time. And we got to be careful of these as well. If you get too close, they'll pull, which is absolute pain. Earthquake is a cast. You can jump at the end of it to avoid it, like the mobs in Stonecore. Are you sure about that? Are you sure? People in the chat a couple of days ago were like, you should use the PvP trinket. You can just use it to get out of his crystal prison, but that doesn't actually work. So have you tested it? Are you sure? I will test it. You could be right. But it sounds like a statement where you're like, it's definitely true. I'm not so sure. But I'll try. I'll jump and see if it works. If it does work, that would be a game changer. That would be insane. But it's an AoE physical damage. I don't think you can jump Tavarok Earthquake in TBC. I don't think so either. I've been in here enough times in Heroic where he's cast it, and I've tried to... You can vanish through it. I've tried to cloak it, but I think that you can cloak through it because you can cloak through things like you can vanish through things. Just, there's not as many applications as vanish, I think. For example, I successfully vanished through the paralyzing screech from Anzu in Sethek Halls. So all the other guys in the group were paralyzed and I vanished through it. I also cloaked through it at the last second, and you can fap that as well. So there are mob abilities or boss abilities. Just gonna kill these guys instead of waiting. But when I was trying, well, when we were just coming in here and farming in here early on in the expansion, I was trying all these different things. And I did jump through Tavarok a couple of times. And when I was jumping in the air, Crystal Prism still got me. I don't remember if Earthquake got me, but I'm not sure. Ended up boosting a priest, got to 62 last night. Lord Septimusi. Nice one. Yeah, you can learn that that beautiful, beautiful Mind Soothe. And are you thinking shadow or healing? I mean, you can be both, obviously, so that you can just dungeon farm and do heroics easily as a healer. I would like to have a shadow priest, bro. I would like to have a shadow priest, I'm not going to lie. But it's the Rogue's Diary, not the Shadow Priest's Diary. We get both chests. We did. Just died like a fool. Healing, probably. I played a lot of Priest and Wrath, and I was pretty darn good. Nice. I love the confidence. I love the confidence. And it's always nice to step back into the boots of a class that you're comfortable, confident with, and you can just pick up and you just get that muscle memory back, and relearning why you love a class for all the different variables through which you experience that class. Not just the different spells you get as you're leveling up, but also your rotation and being able to pull tricks like this and that and ABC. Also to gearing up and what professions give you things that are really good. All of those little things are the individual experiential profile of classes in classic TBC and Wrath that just make the experience of playing each class so rich for different reasons. All right, let's go. Gift of Arthas. Scroll of Stamina. How many runs we had? That was that's our second one, right? Mudfish. Firewater. We still have Deadly on. Oh my god, I didn't learn my lesson at all, did I? That's perfect timing on it. Adrenaline Rush, that's nice. It's fine, we can go now. Was world number 2 in 10-man heroic ICC, but pretty niche category. Wow, that's impressive, bro. That's really, really nice. You're spot on there completely. Yeah. It's a great game. All right, let's go. Okay, he got us with that one. That sucks. We should have evasioned actually. So this one's scuffed, but still we can. Might actually vanish early here. I'll vanish now. Yeah, one sec. Crystal Prism. Oh, he's Crystal Prisming the dummy. Did you see that? That's so nice. And we have FAP up now. So now we've got 30 seconds. But we're not going to be able to kill him. Unfortunately, he's just got too much health, I think. And we got no evasions left. Damn, bro. We're getting close, though. All right. Any Esprit Gold Farm tips you got? Not me, but maybe Lord Septimus he does with world number 2 rank. That's pretty banger. But I don't know if you're into gold farming. I mean, people are into different verticals in the game. All right, reset. Go again. Nice. We got 1 scroll of stamina. Hopefully, we'll get another one out of one of the chests in here so that we can just roll through. At the minute, just doing the 2x Soothe Heroics with the Nether HR. Okay, what are the Soothe Heroics, Daniel? Which ones are Soothe? I assume slave pens with skip runs. And crypts. Oh, yeah. Cool. Into leg enchant, spell power, and stamina, the easiest ones. Assuming no way to reliably outrange the 35 yard on Earthquake, shadow step away to something. Oh, it's a 35 yard range. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I've got the boots and the sprint. But where do I go? See, the problem is, I'll show you when we get back in. Well, we could kill those mobs on the side, actually. That's probably a better idea. But if we outrange it, he won't cast. Like, there's no way that the cast bar is. The cast time is too fast to outrange it, or even to set up a step out of the range. But what we could do instead of bootsing around that corner, we can go straight ahead up to the top of the bone pile. The only problem is the last time I did that, he pulled when he ran across to me. He pulled the 2 dark casters, but I think we'll just kill them this run, and then we can try the bone pile strat instead. It gives us a little bit more time, I think. Probably not that much more, but a little bit more. Badly packed kebab. I like it. That's definitely my favorite name of the week. That's banger. Thank you for the follow, brother. Appreciate you. Badly packed kebab. I like it. I've never gold farmed as a priest. Yeah, in Classic, you could do, of course, Dire Maul East if you were minor. I should have looked. We got Singe up. No big deal. Get a couple of ticks off Cannibalize. We could evasion here, but I feel like I don't really need to. And, you know, if you're stuck as a rogue, you can always gouge kite. You gouge, you just get some energy back up again, you know. And you can just get those slight edges that you need. I wouldn't wish that upon my worst enemy, a badly packed kebab. Yeah, it's not the best experience, especially when you're drunk. Oh, no. Was I singed? I didn't even notice at the last second. Wow. We're having very, very good Tavarok farms today and very bad general awareness farms. That was disastrous. And, you know, we're wasting a Gift of Arthas every time we do that, and a Winterfall. So I should actually just save them until we get in front of Tabarok, because I was confident. I'd be like, nah, we're not going to be dying here. I can use these now. We'll get through faster. And look at me, I've died twice on the first pack in the last 2 runs, which is unheard of. Ridiculous. I know what I need. I need more sugar. That will solve it. That will solve everything. Do you have the add-on that tells you before he casts Earthquake? I assume you mean Deadly Boss mods. It is updated to the latest version, but it's not really working very well. And we don't know when he's going to cast Crystal Prism. Crystal Prism is the real problem we need to solve. If we can solve Crystal Prism, if we can figure out when he's going to cast that, we can kill him consistently, solidly. Maybe not consistently all the time, but even in this gear, we'd be able to kill him like often if we can solve that. But that's the thing we're having problems with at the moment. Did you manage to kill Tavrog? No. The last attempt wasn't great, but it was okay. But the one before that was pretty close. We got him down fairly close. We just got very, very unlucky with two Crystal Prisms. We got an Earthquake at the end and then a Crystal Prism immediately afterwards, which was super, super unlucky. But it was a very good pump. That was the one before last. The last one wasn't too bad either, but we did get hit with an early Earthquake that our evasion just came off. And before we had prepped and re-evasioned, he hit us with an Earthquake in that window of time. And it got through then, which scuffed the pull. If you get hit with an Earthquake early on, the pull's just 100% scuffed. You need to dodge every early evasion, not get Crystal Prismed, and then go, so 15-second evasion, prep, 15-second evasion into FAP. That's 1 minute. And then you need to vanish, fully heal up, and hope that he doesn't hit you with a Crystal Prism in the next 30 seconds while you kill him. 15 to 30 seconds. We are going to get it. We're going to get it. Oh, he hit me with it. This one will survive, no problem. Oh, with those worms in the pull though. What are you doing? Why did you do? I vanished. What is going on? They're like, you're not killing Tavarok, you prick. Get out of here. What is this madness? What is it? What is it? Still dotted. Yeah, but I couldn't get rid of the dot. I know why I dropped the vanish, but it's just super bad RNG. I vanished the split second before the dot was going to tick. And even though I vanished, I came out of it and they still came after me. But it's just the level of bad RNG you need for that to happen is insane. I've died more times in the last 3 runs now than I have in the last 3 weeks, I'd say, in here. I forgot how good Shadow was for leveling. I destroy mobs. I can juggle 3 to 4, no problem. Yeah. Shadow Word Pain, Shadow Word Pain, Shadow Word Pain, Shadow Word Pain, Fear, Face Melt, Face Melt, Face Melt, Self Heal, Shadow Word Death, repeat. You're making me want to level my alt now. My level 40 odd. Like that enchanting alt I have has something like 400 bonus healing on him, and he's like 40. He's got the most amount of bonus healing you can possibly have in the game from items. Every single item is plus healing and plus spell damage. So even though they're plus healing items and they give plus healing and spell damage, the spell damage they all give is not huge, but it's enough that I can turn into Shadow in that same healing gear and still do really good damage. I feel like Shadow Priest and Rogue are the base, like thematic main alt combo because of the shadowiness and the darkness and all that. Like Shadow, if there was one class that would be the caster equivalent of a rogue, it would be a Shadow Priest. They're like twins of might and magic. All right, enough of this dying now. Enough of this. I think I am going to kill these two, though. Like I said, we're this time, instead of bootsing around here, excuse me, we're going to boots all the way down here. And probably, let's see where we can actually get. You can't actually get into those. Can you get around here? Oh, yeah. This is where we're going to go. We're going to boots to here. And heal up here. And then we'll fight him on the bones. We'll fight him on the bone pile. And kill him. But these two first. I think sugar is underrated. I've tested. Yeah, I'm going to have to initially agree with that 100%. It's very, very much underrated. I've tested with going all week with zero sugar, and on the 7th day, I'll sugar overload, and then I'll have the most insane dreams and ideas, and I write everything down. It's a hell of a drug. It is crazy. Just get world buffs? Nah. I mean, I could be using like Flask of Relentless Assault in here. I could be using Nightmare Seeds. But it feels like cheating. Yeah, we could have killed him by now, but people will just come and look at it and they're like, you're using a 70 gold pot. What's the point? And the point to kill him is to use minimal consumables so that when we get the boost in phase 3 gear, we can start reliably killing him and actually adding gold per hour to this farm. That's the real value. That's what we're really looking to do here, is to break the meta and change it and upgrade this farm and make it better than it was. Make it the best version that it's ever been in 22 years. That is our goal. The Fear Bomb is insane. Goes on every 5 targets, level 61 to 2. Fearing 5 mobs every 25 seconds is silly, yeah. Have to use my prop pally to get some enchanting pieces to DE. Beg a Warlock outside for a Hellstone before you pull Tavarok. That's the strat. Again, we don't want to be using things that we can't control like that. I always thought Mage was the caster rogue personally. Yeah, I mean, I've always had a Mage as well as a rogue generally. Where are you from? I'm from Ireland. Okay. But I live in China now. we don't have a stamina scroll. That kind of sucks. So instead, how many have I got? 5 in the bank. How many have I got? 11. Let's use an Agi scroll instead of the stamina. And let's eat. I live in China, yeah. Do you get crazy lag? So I use a piece of software called UU Booster. And when I was living in Bangkok, I was getting 250 ms, give or take 20 ms. On a good, like in a good moment, I'd get 220, and I was okay with that. When I was living in Vietnam, I'd get from 250 to 300. But now when I'm using UU Booster, I'm on 137 ms. It's absolutely bonkers. I'm in Eastern China. You could throw a stone over the bay and you're going to hit North Korea. And I get 130 ms. I'll show you. Check this out down here. 130 ms flat. It's really, really good to European servers. And when I make a character on American servers, I'm going to go down to around 100, maybe even less than 100, because the ping to LA is way better because there's undersea cables that go from China. So it's much better MS to go to US servers from here. And I'm going to be here for the next year at least. So what part of Ireland? I'm going to Cork next year. Yeah. Cork is a lovely, lovely place. I'm from the west coast of Ireland, a town called Westport, which is often wins the tidiest town in Ireland award. It's a really beautiful place. There's a holy mountain there where St. Patrick, the patron saint of Ireland, went up and fasted for 40 days and 40 nights. And it looks down upon a bay with 365 individual islands in it. And John Lennon Yoko Ono estate owns one of the islands. And it's like something out of Game of Thrones. A really, really beautiful part of the world. All right. I think we're ready to go here, boys. Let's do it. Let's go. Tavarok. He got us with that one. Even though evasion's up, that was very unlucky, unfortunately. But it ain't over yet. He prisoned us. Now it's definitely over. Just tuned in. Interesting. You live in China. What made you move? Cheers from Canada. Uncle Felix. I live at a Kung Fu Academy here in the Kunyu Mountains. I came here 4 weeks ago and I paid for 6 months. So I train Kung Fu. Breakfast is at 7:30. Training starts at 8:50, like 8:45. And then we train until 11. Then lunch is at 12. Then you have 2 hours off in the afternoon, which I'm usually video editing in or working on an app for another game. Then 3 o'clock we start training again. And training is at 8:30, 8:30 to 11. And then we train from 3 until around 5:20. And then dinner is at 6. And then it's supposed to be curfew, lights out 10:30, and you sleep and then get up again. You can do optional Qigong and Tai Chi in the morning from 6 or 6:30 if you want, but I'm always wrecked because I'm streaming. So my schedule is train in the morning and afternoon. In my lunch time off, I edit videos and update things I need to do to make the stream better and more professional. Then I train, then I eat dinner, and then I stream 5 days a week. That is my life for the next year. I wear St. Patrick's medallion. Really? That brings a smile to my face, brother. God bless you. That's so cool. Did I reset, by the way? No. Let's get out and reset. There's a cool little mini series on Netflix, actually, brother, and it was directed by or produced, I think, by Martin Scorsese, and it's a series on the saints, the different saints, Christian Catholic saints, and there's one on Saint Patrick, and it tells his story over the course of an hour, and it's got like up and coming actors. It's not like it's well produced and there's cool stories, but it's not like mega, production value like True Detective or Sopranos or something like that. But it's still very good, and the St. Patrick episode is very cool. So if you check that out, Martin Scorsese, The Saints, and then watch the St. Patrick one. He had a crazy, crazy story. Like he came from a noble family, and he was kidnapped by pagan druids, and they kept him and beat him and turned him into a slave. And then he had to go and work for them, and he worked as a shepherd, tending sheep up in the fields and minding them. And this big brute enforcer who worked for the head druid killed a little girl who was taken as a slave one day by mistake. Bollocks. See that? That's exactly the kind of thing we want to avoid. They're going to go for that. Let's let them kill it anyway. He killed this girl by mistake. And then St. Patrick escaped. And he went to live a monastic life with monks. And the experience changed him fundamentally. He went to live with monastic monks, and then after being there and living that life for so long, for many, many years, and meditating on his life experience and what had happened, he decided of his own free will and volition to go back to the Druids and present himself to them as the Druids who had tortured him, beat him, and enslaved him. And he went back to them of his own volition. And he walked into the camp, and the head Druid was just like, "Oh, why did you come back here?" And he's like, I came back to show you the way of God, And the head druid turns around to the big kind of brute henchman guy who had killed this girl by mistake, who was stricken by grief but didn't let it show. And he said, "You'll take the head off this man's shoulders. You'll kill him for me." And he said to Patrick, "Kneel." And Patrick kneeled down, and he said to him, "Are you so willing to die?" And he said, "I'm not willing to die, but I'm ready to die. For my Lord, I'll do anything." And he sat there and looked up into the eyes of this man who he knew was stricken by grief for killing this child. And the man raised up this sword or axe to cleave the head off Patrick's shoulders. And he just looked up at him in his eyes with pure forgiveness, and it broke this druid's enforcer. And he said, I'll not harm a hair on this man's head. And that overthrew the power of this old druid, but he was controlling, of course, his clan with pure fear and psychological control. And once his head enforcer refused to carry out his command, his power was broken completely. It's a great episode. You should check it out. How far into the fight are you using FAP? Usually about 30 seconds in. I will evasion first, double evasion. It's not reset. Damn. Sorry guys, too much rambling, not enough shenanigan. Yeah, so I'll evasion, and then just as evasion's running out, I'll prep an evasion again, because if we get hit with a crystal prism early, the fight's over anyway. That's just bad RNG, and there's nothing we can do about it. If we get... Yo, Lord Septimusi, thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Yeah, nice one. If we get hit, yeah, with a crystal prism, we're done anyway. What we want to have happen in the first 30 seconds is for either A, he doesn't cast anything, which is super, super rare, but it has happened, or B, he casts Earthquake, because it's a physical AoE spell and we can actually dodge it. So this is why we double evasion. Not only are we dodging his incoming attacks, but we can also dodge his Earthquake. So that's based purely on RNG as well. If his Earthquake gets through, the pull is scuffed. So the only way we have a chance of killing him is we double evasion, and he either doesn't cast Earthquake, and he does, and we dodge it. And in those 30 seconds, he doesn't cast Crystal Prism. Then once that time is up, we keep fighting with him until our health goes down. Then we fap. And once we fap, we have 30 more seconds. Then we can get his health pretty low. Then we vanish with our macro and we summon our target dummy in. And then we boots and sprint around the corner and we heal up with bandage. Then he comes after us. We've got a nice bit of health. He's got a little bit of health left. And we just hope that he doesn't hit us with a crystal prism in that time, which he has the last couple of attempts. Closest we got him down was like about 2%. You could just see a sliver of his health bar left and he killed us. That was like 3 days ago. We were so close. But it was validating as well because I knew like I can do this. We can do this before phase 3. We can kill him. What microphone do you use, or is your voice so deep and calm? So the microphone definitely helps, and I have an EQ that also brings out the richness of the depth of the voice, but I do have quite a deep voice anyway, naturally, when I'm calm. But you'll find that yourself anyway, if you're sitting down and you're relaxed in your body, you start, instead of speaking from your throat here, some people speak nasally, like up in their nose, up here, they speak like this, and then some people speak down in their throat like this, and then some people speak a little bit lower, some people speak in their chest, and if you're very relaxed, you'll speak from your gut. And yeah, those are the different places where your voice can come from. My microphone is a Shure SMV7 Plus, I think. It's like a nice podcasting mic. And then I have a special VST plugin that just brings up the lows and the highs and just brings a bit of richness out of them. But thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it very much. What the fuck? These druids are way edgier than WoW druids. Yeah. Thank you for following. Thank you for the sub, Lord Septimusy, once again. Very velvety. I'll take it. Roguelike. I'll take it. New to your stream, what are your thoughts on Classic Plus? I'm super excited for it. I can't wait. I'm so pumped. I just want to get in and figure out all of the cool gold farms in all of the dungeons before anybody else does and just break it open and just go crazy. It's going to be like an absolute gold farm pinata. And I just can't wait. I can't wait. The beautiful thing about it is, even though trust in Blizzard is like down the tubes, I think that they're going to do a better job than most people reckon or most people believe. And at the end of the day, if it turns into absolute muck and it just doesn't land for whatever reason, that's no problem at all. You know why? Because Classic, TBC, and Wrath are always going to be here. They are not going anywhere. And I will happily play these games season through season. Hardcore, fresh servers, era servers. Like, I'll be a happy man if I get to play these games over the next years anyway. So it's a win-win. It's win-win. The MV7X is what I have at SICK. Yeah. This one's a MV7 Plus, MV7X. I suppose you probably mean the same thing, MV7 Plus. It is sick. It's really, really nice. Yeah. You're super interesting. Definitely worth tuning in. Thank you very much. I'll take that as a compliment. I will be doing some IRL videos at some point, but I'm waiting to get my skill level up. I can do front flips at the moment, but I can't do standing back flips. And I'm working on my my stretching so that I can do full side splits and then I can kick really high. And so I want to make a Rogue's Diary channel trailer that splits between in-game dynamic shots of Rogue movement and then also shows like IRL backflipping and multiple kicking and spinning and this kind of stuff, so that there's people can see the IRL side and they can see the game side. That would be pretty cool. That's kind of the plan, but that won't be for a while. We'll give it 6 months of training. We'll get there. I'm in very good shape. I'm super lean. I have like very good physique, six packs all in, all that kind of stuff. But I need to get my agility up and my kicks better so that I can make that trailer like this, basically. Yo, just recently hit 70 on my Rogue to do some stealth gold farms. I've only done SV so far. What are your thoughts on SV versus MT? Have a look here beside my portrait right here. Oh, you can't see the cursor. Can't see the cursor. Okay, hold on. That's strange. How can I show the cursor? Anyway, here beside my portrait, you can see SV is 381 gold per hour, 380 gold per hour, and MT is 290 gold per hour. SV requires consumables that cost on the upper end 20 gold, on the lower end 10 gold. So let's just call it 20 gold and be like conservative about it. That's 360 versus 290. It's still 70 gold per hour more. SV. MT is a combat farm. You can come in here if you get the season 1 weapons and some honor gear. You're going to be able to come in here and do it pretty easily. On my channel on YouTube, Rogue's Diary, there's a guide showing you how to do all of the packs and how to deal with them and what to use your cooldowns on and so on and so forth. On the same channel, you've got an SV farming guide, NG edition and a no NG edition, but you should watch them both because there's tips and tricks that apply to both in each. I love them both. But if I could only do one, it would be SV because it gives you more gold per hour and it's less brain dead and more fun to run because of all the different shenanigans you can do. But they're both amazing. If you like combat farms, MT is great, but you're done in like 30 to 40 minutes, depending on how good your gear is and how smooth you are at the runs. SV, you can do it naked, but you want to have mining and engineering. MT, you only need mining. But if you have mining and engineering, you can use rocket boots, you can use 9 vulnerability belt, you can shadow step to things, you can use all sorts of cool acrobatics and stuff. Yeah. Buddy, we want to see that progression. This is the Rogue's Diary, friend. We want to watch you become the real life rogue you mentioned. Yeah, 100%. How do you train for splits? I'm into flexible mobility exercises, but I feel stuck on the same level. So what we do is in the morning after breakfast, we'll go to morning lineup and then we run. So we run, it's just a 1K run to warm up and down the road outside the academy. Then we come back in again and we'll do stretching. So we do like medium bar, you put your leg straight out on the bar and you just like lean down into it. And then we do side leg. So you stretch into the side for side kicks. And then we do high bar where you put up, you're on the high bar and you stretch into that. And we do that twice a day, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. So you're stretching those twice a day. So you're getting more flexible each day. It's repetition and consistency. You just have to be consistent with it and push yourself a little bit further each time. Then what we do is after you've done the high bar and the side split and the low bar, side split, high bar, blah, 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 then you partner up and somebody takes your leg, lifts it up until you say stop. And then they'll hold your leg there and they'll push it up and down for 30-second count. Or they'll pull you back and forwards to widen out to stretch out the muscle in the groin. So you can they'll either pull it back and push forward or they'll push it up and down. And we do that twice a day. So just every day you just get more and more flexible, right? So and then once a week we do flexibility training as well, where you're on a mat and you're doing stretch positions and somebody's got your hands behind your back and they're just pulling your arms back and just getting you more and more flexible. Yeah. Okay, let's get a Gift of Arthas. We've got Deadly still up, that's good. Mudfish, Firewater. How tall am I? I'm about 5'9", 5'10", something like that. Like average height. Not very tall, not short, just straight average, 5'9", 5'10". Something like that, yeah. Let me see. Gift of Arthas well fed. Winterfall Firewater. Let's do one more agi. I know they're 10 gold each. I know I should, but like we get them out of chest, whatever. I've got 10 in my bank, whatever. I don't need the money. And we don't have stamina, so I kind of feel like I want to. Let's go into Tavarok. Everything's up.
Stun incoming.
So we didn't dodge that, even though we had it. We had our evasion up, which is very annoying. That's what I mean about the RNG, right? We should have dodged that, really. And then we got Prism straight away. Super bad. There's nothing you can do about that. Super bad RNG. There's no cast on the Prism. If we use our FAP straight away, a lot of the time he won't cast anything at the start of the fight and he'll cast them toward the end. But we could try it like that. We could swap it around, actually. What we'll do is we'll open with Garrote. We'll FAP straight away. Then we'll do our pump for 30 seconds. At the end of the pump, we will... See, the problem is, no, we don't want to FAP straight away because there is a countdown timer to his Crystal Prism activating as such. And we don't want to use our FAP in that time because that's the main thing we're using FAP for. So we want to be evasioning in that time and just hoping that we're going to be able to dodge his Earthquake, right? All right, we'll go again. 6'6". Wow, that's tall. That's a nice height. I bet you have no problems with the ladies. They love a tall guy. I'd say you're beating them off with a stick. A big stick. I'm 6'8". Oh. Fight. Hit him. 6'6" versus 6'8". I'm surprised the Kung Fu Academy... No, they didn't have high-speed internet, but I came here with 2 dreams. Get fit as fuck and flexible and just spend a year conditioning my body and become an absolute animal and grow my channel and my stream to the point where I can actually do this as a job. I just want to make minimum wage, basically, where I just make enough money, even minimum wage in the West, that I can survive in a Southeast Asian country and just live and just pursue classic WoW, classic plus streaming. Because I know given enough time, it will grow into a position where I'll be fine. And I have a certain amount of savings left that will last me. I can do about 2 years here at the academy, and then I'm out. And that's the plan. That's the timeline. I've just gone all in on training and streaming and growing. That's it. That's the plan. That's the dream. And there's no plan B. That's it. It's 100% in. So as soon as I got here and I realized the internet was shit, I just said, hey, I'm going to get a fiber line installed into my room. China Unicom, can you call them and do it? And they were like, sure. So I have my own, it's about 130 megabits per second fiber line in my room. Nobody else has good internet. Everybody's like out in the hallway trying to get some kind of thing to get their emails, and I'm sitting here with a fiber line, which is kind of sick. So yeah, I'm living the dream, boys. I'm living the dream. Let's reset and go again. Does he ever cast Crystal Prism before Earthquake? Is it safe to always use FAP immediately after the first Earthquake cast? No, because again, it's RNG. What we're actually looking for is for things to line up in a certain way. If he were to cast Crystal Prism immediately after, it's scuffed because we don't want to be using our FAP then. We never know when Crystal Prism is coming. There's no bar for it. Nothing happens. We just see the bar for Earthquake. So what we're doing is just hoping and praying in the first 30 seconds in our 2 evasion windows that he's going to Earthquake and that we're going to dodge it. That has to happen. That has to happen. If that doesn't happen and he prisms, there's no way we can deal with that. If he gets our health down early on like that, it's the pull scuffed. We're just doing it for the bragging rights at the moment to get the kill. It's not something we'll be able to consistently add to the farm yet. But when our gear is better, we will. I've got multiple plans for the next phase. You know, I've got, for example, I've got 4 set of the tier 5 in my bank. Spare. These ones. Vanquish Champion. I've got 4 set. So as soon as the season stuff becomes tradable for tokens, We're going to turn that into the season 2 arena gear, which is going to give us a lot of stamina and a lot of resilience. Then we're going to load that up with agility gems, or we're going to load it up with void spheres, and we're going to try and eat his resistances. Like, we're going to try and eat through his nature damage. If we can do that, we can consistently chomp through. Even if we miss a FAP or something, or it comes through early, we'll be able to, his crystal prism won't get us down to like 20%, it'll get us down to like 50 or 60, which is fine. We can deal with that. So we're either going to go full on Agi with PvP set, or we're going to go full on resist all with PvP set. And then we might be able to kill this guy as well with our Mother Shiraz shadow set, because he just does shadow damage, right? So we might be able to kill him too, which means we would be able to kill him, get extra loot, and kill Tavarok and mine him. And that would push the gold power of this farm out quite a lot. So this is why this is the exciting thing about Mana Tombs for me. Other than that, it's a brain dead farm. Can we push this farm beyond what anyone has done before and turn it into something new? That's what's exciting to me. That's what gets me up in the morning. Do you ever play on Thunderstrike? Who, me? I'm on Thunderstrike. This is my server. Look, you can type !server into the chat, and it should tell you the server. Should do. There you go. Thunderstrike EU. You can also type in !add-ons, !discord, !armory to see my gear, !talents to see all 4 talent specs that I use for different things. The harp spec for this, the SV sub spec, the PvE swords bis spec, and the PvE improved exposed armor spec. It's all in the commands. Dude, sounds like you're on a wild journey with your schooling and whatnot. I just had heard about your farms from a homie chill stream. Hermetics, thank you. I am on a bit of a wild journey, and I'm very grateful to be on this journey. I'm super, super grateful to be on this journey. It's a really nice... I'm exactly where I know I'm supposed to be, if that makes sense. And it's really good because I just came out of, like, definitely the most difficult 4 years of my life, for sure. You know, everybody goes through patches in their life stages where, like, just lots of really heavy shit happens. And I went through one of those in the last 4 years, and it was super tough. And I just came out of that, and I've ended up here pursuing my passion with this game that I love. And I think for the first time in my life, like in the last year, I've actually accepted that I love this game, and I don't feel any sense of shame, embarrassment, or self-judgment about the fact that I love to play this game, and that it's something that I want to pursue, not just as a hobby, but like as a career, if that makes sense. And I like made my peace with that, which is really, really nice. And in conjunction with that, then I get to also train and be physically fit. So I'm super, super grateful. And I think anybody in the chat knows that you need to go through those really, really difficult moments in your life. And when you come out of them, you get this kind of experience from it. And you realize that, like, these small little things that used to make you feel anxious or worried or insecure, they're not really there anymore, because you've gone through this, you've gone through very difficult challenges and trials, and you just realize they're not that important. And there's a kind of peace that comes from that, but you have to go through that suffering first. It's hard to describe, but I heard a great quote there last year. Experience is the thing you get right after you need it the most. So when you're going through these like really, really difficult times, and you're just suffering and you're wondering why, and you're trying to figure out your feelings and everything, and the world and everything gets thrown upside down, and you don't know who you are, and you don't know where you're going, and you've lost this and you've lost that and everything like that. And you're just very broken. And everybody goes through this in some stage in their life for various reasons. And you feel like you're in a hole and it'll never get better. And then, some years pass and you go through that. And then you get the wisdom out of it. You get that experience. And the experiences you get is what you get right after you needed it the most, right? And then you come into it, like this too shall pass, and then you come into a better stage in your life and you're way more grateful for everything. Grind, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. You're an absolute legend. Thank you. I think that's the second or third Prime tonight, so I appreciate you very much. And I love the name, Grind. That's what we do. That is what we do. Life is a grind as well. Whether you're in here mana farming or training or working and earning money or working on your relationships, it's all one big grind. So you might as well have fun doing it. Consider living action potions PvP trinket. PvP trinket doesn't work. It doesn't remove. We did try that already. It's a great idea, but it doesn't remove the crystal prism. I got prismed, clicked on it, just doesn't work. Living action potions could remove it, but they only remove the thing once, whereas the FAP gives us a whole 30-second window where we can't be targeted by either of them, so the FAP is definitely more value. Best passive money I've made is in the stock market. There you go. 200 ink, holy, 200 what? Oh, yeah, we're close. Holy, yeah. Class, that's so cool. All right, nice one. And Samwise, nice one. Welcome to the chat. Regarded as the ancestral mountain of the immortal mountains on the sea. Pretty cool. Well, I didn't know that. That is pretty cool. But yeah, the sea is pretty close by. Yeah, it's a beautiful place. Beautiful place. Good day, Rogue Friend. Good day, Cloud Friend. Super commendable approach to life. I hope you succeed. Thank you. I am succeeding right now. So your hopes are true. Yeah. And I'm super happy about it. Try talents with an S. Doodle69. But I will update that so that talent also works to produce the same, to return the same information. Nanny. Herme from NA? No, I'm from Ireland originally. Your cousin has anyone in my fam beat? At Highlander. You're having a heart-to-heart. Love that you're on a good path, and yeah, that makes total sense. Thank you. I hope that everybody can be on good paths and find their way. But you have to be lost sometimes. That's okay. How did you go about finding your sense of being okay with playing WoW? Talking with coworkers, I feel strange saying I play video games all day. You don't get to choose your interests. Like people, we're born and we grow up, and somebody, their favorite drink might be Coca-Cola, and somebody else's favorite food is, somebody loves fish and somebody doesn't like fish. You don't have any control over that. It's not like you wake up and you're like, I'm going to choose to like fish. I'm going to choose to like football. I'm going to choose to be interested in politics. I'm going to choose to be interested in video games. You don't. Some people just can't understand why you would. And all of us know this, because if you're watching this stream, you play WoW. And if you play WoW, then you're interested in video games. And all of us have had that experience where family members look at you perplexed, but what? But I don't understand. Why? What do you do? Why? What are you getting out of it? And I'm sitting there thinking, I don't understand why you, my auntie, sit around gossiping and bitching about people over tea. I don't get anything out of that either. It's these are your interests. These are the things that you get a kick of. There's something in it that satiates your needs, that stimulates you. And that folds into just making peace with it. And as opposed, with regards to other people being judgmental toward you, even mildly, because of what you're doing, I don't know. It's hard to explain. I'm not sitting here like I'm some kind of Zen monk. If I'm in a situation, let's say there's a girl that I like, and I'm in a situation where where I'm out having coffee or I go on a date or something like that, and I like her, and I might think, if I were to say that I work in finance, or I was to say that I'm a writer or something like that, or something that she would like or find like socially, that was high social status, because social status is a big thing for a lot of people. Maybe she would like that more. But if I say that I play video games or I'm a streamer, maybe she'll think less of me. And you've just got to accept that that's going to be true sometimes. And if she does, then she's not going to be the right person for me, because this is what I like to do. And if she doesn't she doesn't have to understand why I like video games. I don't have to understand why she would like watching reality TV shows. I don't have to get why she likes it. But if she's going to be my partner, or if she's going to be my friend, or if he's going to be my friend or in my life, they have to accept that and not judge me about it. And if they do judge you about it, then you just don't have them in your life. And I know that sounds kind of cutthroat, but some of you in the chat will know this to be true, and some of you will have to go through it to understand it. But I need to kill Tamrock, and I'm just chatting shit and walking through the dungeon. But there's a great freedom in not feeling guilty or having any ties to removing from your life people who make your life more difficult or try to sabotage you. And those could be co-workers. They could be people who pretend to be your friends but aren't really. They're happy to trip you up socially. They're kind of secretly happy when you fail. We all know, we've had people like you. Everyone who's been to school has encountered people like that. There's a person or two like that in your friend group right now that you're not even sure of. But deep down in your heart, when they do betray you, you'll know that it's true. And you'll have people like that in your immediate family. Everybody's got an aunt or an uncle or a cousin or a brother or a mother or a father who, in their own brokenness, not only do they not have your best interest at heart, but they'll actually actively try to make your life more difficult. And when you accept that that's true and you have no control over how other people behave, and you realize that you don't have to feel any guilt or shame in just removing those people from your life so that you can live in your own peace of mind and pursue your own dreams without having this negative energy that's trying to drag you down all the time, there's a great, great freedom in that. And the people who judge you for doing that, you ignore them and you remove them from your life as well. And the people who accept you for doing that, and they're like, you need to live your life, and yeah, and I had to do this with this person, and you just have to, they get it. They get it. And they're the people you continue. So as you grow older and you're in your 30s, sometimes it'll happen to you sooner, sometimes it'll happen to you later. But this all happened to me mainly in my mid-30s. I'm 39 now. And I've caught so many people out of my life to just bring my center in and just live my life the way I want to. And I don't feel bad about it one bit. So that's where I get a lot of my peace and chilledness from. Yeah. Really, your voice sounds exactly the same as a guy I used to play with on Thunderstrike. Oh, you might have been in my guild. Aurora Borealis, Schmuck, and Baltic. Those are my characters. Being in top physical shape feels so good. I just hit 170 pounds at 5'11 with 10% body fat. Yeah, it's pretty good, right? It's pretty good. I'm here for the long term now. Love the uniqueness and the attitude. Appreciate you. You're very welcome here. And I'm very happy to have you and to share my time with you. I've got Romulo's Poison Vial Trinket from Cara today. Should I swap my Hourglass of the Unraveler for Romulo's? Yes, Romulo's is really, really, really good. Romulo's and Brooch is exactly what I was using up until I got Warp Spring Coil. Romulo's has 35 hit on it, and it's really, really good because the Phase 6 stuff, Phase 5 stuff from SSCTK does not have a lot of hit on it. So Romulo's will bring you up nicely to that hit rating cap. And it actually sims the same as Abacus of Violent Odds, which is what's generally on the BIS list with Bloodfang Brooch until you get DST. So Romulo's is really good, and it's not an active trinket, so you don't have to do that thing of waiting for 30 seconds to do broach and then do abacus and having all that shenanigans. It's a passive trinket. It just sits there, gives you 35 hit and a little bit of extra poison damage. Get that sucker into your slot and then macro broach to your blade flurry and you're good to go. It's a very nice spot to be in. How would you make combine classic weightlifting plus focusing on mobility? I'm the wrong person to ask about that. I think I'm not a trainer. I'm not really qualified to give that kind of advice. I follow, before Alex Hormozy became a big entrepreneur, online make a load of money guy, he was a fitness trainer, and he has an article that I followed to gain mass and get stronger. If you type into Google Alex Hormozy, how I gained 36 pounds in 6 weeks, and then you follow that as close as you can, it's absolutely brutal. It's like one of these, it's really, really, really difficult. And it's not the training that's hard, it's the eating. That's the hardest thing about it. But if you follow that, you're going to see massive, massive changes. Did you have to learn Mandarin or anything to qualify going there? No. They have translators here and it's all good. I'm going to do one attempt and then we'll keep going. Whoops. We got prismed, which is a shame. But we're going to do this instead. Oh, we forgot to kill those. We're not doing that. We're going to heal up, and then now we're going to fap. We're not going to get him down, but yeah, it's a shame. All right, we go again. I'm going to try to actually stop answering questions because I have a tendency to ramble a little bit. And a lot of people are here to actually watch the farm. Can we reset? Let's see if we can reset and go again. That's some good insight. Thank you, man. You're very welcome. No true passion is definitely found. I'm an engineer who looks to always gain knowledge, and my hobbies include sports and competitive trading card games, which are direct opposites, exactly. Did you play Magic the Gathering? Incredibert? Yeah. Actually, I would say, like, I love WoW, but my real passion is, like, finding creative solutions and finding vulnerabilities in systems and exploiting or taking advantage of them to be able to find out how to do things that push things forward. So improving the SV farm, improving the Zul'Gurub Soul Every Mine farm. We're working on improving MT now, and it's all about using all the different systems in the game and the knowledge and combining them together in different ways to try to find breakthrough points. And it's interesting because when you find a break, it's kind of like if anyone's studied any cybersecurity or done it, even just basic hacking on Hack the Box or any of that kind of stuff. When you escalation is a concept in cybersecurity and in hacking where you find a way to break through the system and get to one point, kind of like climbing, and you get to this point, then you can chill there for a bit and look for the next way and get to that point. And that's in climbing and it's in hacking, and you can escalate your privileges and you can escalate. And once you get into this, once you're in this part of the system, from there you can, okay, where can I go from here? Where are my endpoints? Where are my vectors? Where can I attack? What can I use? What script can I use? What software are they using in this part? Can I put some scripting in here? Can I all these different attack vectors and stuff in hacking? And in here it's okay. Now we've got Tavarok. He's got 97k health. Okay, we can use our sprint and our boots together to get around the corner. Then we're going to get an extra 2 seconds on bandage. We can bandage up a bit. Okay, yeah, we can vanish and we can use the target dummy, and then we don't drop combat. If we go full into this, if we go into harp spec, we can get double prep, or we can get a prep so we can get double evasion up. And when you start adding these different, okay, now we're here at this point, then we can use this. Now we're here, and when you continually do that, you reach a breakthrough where you break through, and then it seems easy, and then you can just replicate it all the time. And that's like a sub passion, I suppose, that I can articulate within this game that I love to play. So that's definitely, thank you for mentioning that, Incredibert, because it made me reframe my idea of passion. Crexy! Woo! Stupid sexy Crexy. Full tier 2 Crexy, brother. Oh, mate, you're a legend. This guy, I love playing with this guy so much. Last year when I was walking the Camino, I walked from Seville to Santiago. It took me 11 weeks, 77 days. It was 1,000 kilometers. And every night I would stop and I would play World of Warcraft. I was in Aurora Borealis, a great guild, great players, loved it there. And Crexy, this guy had a mage and I had a mage, and we used to go into do Righteous Orb runs, and we go in and do spell cleave runs, and just shenanigans, and just a great dude and like a really good player. We were competing with each other for parses all the time, and it was just mate, legend. He got full tier 2 before I did, and we just had so much fun. You're an absolute legend. Class. I see. So K Valentine, I see. We're getting closer to your real name now. Ah, brother. Thanks for answering my question. Also, can I get your macro for Brooch and Blade Flurry? Yeah, just type exclamation mark macros, and it will give you a link to the Discord where all the macros are. And I think it's in there. And if it's not, let me know and I'll send it to you. We're back from a coffee. Nice. Light roast, light amount of hazelnut creamer and cinnamon is bliss. I just had a hazelnut coffee up on the place up the road today. It was absolutely beautiful. No cinnamon, but it was banger. The Gundam card game and One Piece. Okay, cool. I haven't played either of those. I was a long-term Magic the Gathering player. I do love to jump on Arena every now and again. The Hobbit has just been released. I would love to do a draft, but I'm too busy with this. This is Craig C, there he is. Mate, that's so cool. It's so nice to reconnect with you again. I'm going to add you to friends straight away, brother. Straight away. Crexidin. I wonder what class that is. You rep Pala, or are you doing? Are you an arrogant prop paladin tank who just treats everybody in the heroics like trash? I know you'd never do that. Crexidin. I love it. Brother. Oh, we're gonna die here. We're not dying here. There we go. I too love reverse engineering. Exactly. Mental games are a strong passion. Yes. That's what I'm so excited about Classic Plus for. It's taken all the tips and tricks, techniques, talents, trinkets, all the stuff that I have from years of doing this. We got a Talasite, not great, but we'll take it, and applying it to the new Classic Plus content and just finding the best farms, because the channel is just going to go through the roof then. Because this is all, I mean, we are pushing beyond here and doing stuff that hasn't been done before, but it's in an old game that still doesn't have that much hype around it. Classic Plus is going to be huge, and there's nobody else doing this kind of stuff, gold stealth farming shenanigans, niche. So this is definitely my niche, and I can't wait for Classic Plus, because there's just gonna be like breakthrough after breakthrough, discovery after discovery, theory crafting, and man, I'm gonna be like a pig in shite. It's just gonna be like the most fun ever. So I'm looking forward to it big time. Romula X Broach, a good combo for this gold farm. Yeah, it's fine. You don't need too much hit in this gold farm, but I wouldn't worry about. I just stick in Romulos, and I wouldn't worry about it. It'll be fine. Where's your hoodie from? I don't know. I bought this in Germany when I was back. I have no idea. I don't know. It doesn't even have a label on it, brother. So I don't know. It has a white label, but there's no writing on it or anything. It's just a hoodie. Cinnamon is supposed to be a natural blood sugar regulator. I always have it in my coffee. Thanks, man. You're welcome. What do you think about the instant mob teleport at the swimming part in SV? Seems like it's more common for me lately. Yeah, well, I got it just the other day when I was trying to run away from packs. I've only had it once, but we've been farming in there. We've been farming in there for the last 3 weeks solidly, and it's only happened once. So I don't really have an answer for you on that one. Remember us little people. No, we're all this is we're I expect your help in here. When I'm figuring out the shenanigans, I expect you to be like, oh, did you think of using this here? Half the innovations from the gold farms that I'm doing at the moment have been given to me by chat. Like half of them are mine, and half of them come from just random rogues and random players. Hey, here's an idea, and it's like, that's an amazing idea. I literally clip the text and put it into the videos. My SVNG video and no NG video. There's just me saying thank you to different rogues who put in information that changed the way that I did certain polls. So it's a community thing. So I want you to remember me, and we'll do it together. Give me completely ready for Classic Plus. I used to play Holy Palette and farm Diamol East mining runs in Fellcloth. That's one of my all-time favorite farms. Top 5 for sure. Great dungeon design, beautiful music, kill satyrs, get Fellcloth, 2 chests. They can have traveler's backpacks, 4 ghost mushrooms in every run, Dreamfoil, Grom's Blood, and you get a chance of getting the Quell Sarar book. And if you don't, you can get a trinket book. You mainly just get pocket lint or a thoroughly read copy of Nat Pagel's complete angling. But then at the end, the dopamine of getting into the tunnel, and it's either going to be 2 veins or 3 veins. It's such a good farm. Many, many, many hours, beloved hours in there. Yeah, great times indeed, brother. Great times indeed. All right, give me a second. I'll take a quick break and I'll be back in 3. All right, boys, we are back. We're back and we're better than ever. We got double dark caster, which isn't a problem because we just open up on one of them. And it's pretty much like having one because our cloak is gonna be good for both, so it's not an issue. Ah, that's a shame. That's a bad debuff, but we'll be fine. You sell this gold, or what do you do with so much gold? Check BattleNet message. I will, brother, but not right now. I don't sell gold. I've never sold gold or bought gold. I'm an OG classic Andy. I was playing this game before you could buy mounts, before you could buy pets, before there was a shop, before monetization took over the game in the industry and turned it into what it is in so many games. And that's part of why Classic Plus is so exciting, because we don't just get to go back to this great game that's being realized in its original vision, but we also get to go back to a time where there was no monetization and there was a culture of earning things and leveling up and getting the mounts and the Thunder Fury and the full tier 2, tier 3, and looking at somebody who had those things and knowing that they had earned it and that it took them time and sacrifice. And that's what's so exciting. So that's definitely a core tenet of my gaming philosophy. So I would never sell gold. I don't have that much gold. I only have 11,000. I spend it as I make it. I buy everything I ever want. I spend 1,000 gold on raid cons every week. I pump 30 to 35 haze potions every week. I just pump, 4 blink strikes across 2 characters, 4 flying mounts, epic flying, 5 professions leveled up, re-leveled, all the best gear, enchants, blah, 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 blah. And it goes quick. What does my stream schedule look like? I stream Monday to Friday from Talasite. Monday to Friday from, about 7:30 my time, which is about 2:30 server time. Between 7 and 8, from 2 to 3 p.m. server time EU, and then I'll stream until about 11 or 12. So for about 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours a night, Monday to Friday. And on the weekends, I don't have a schedule set up, but during the day, I'm working on improving the stream. And like just today, for example, I got a stream elements bot put in so that you can do the, exclamation mark talents, macros, and all that kind of stuff. And just integrating little bits every day into the stream to make it more professional. So working on that. I'm building a companion app with a friend of mine for Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era, which is basically going to be like WoWTBC.gg for Olden Era. So that's in production at the moment. We've been doing that for about 9 months. So I'll work on those things at the weekend and generally stream in the evening on Saturdays and Sundays as well, except I'll sometimes go out at the weekend like once a month and do something social, touch some grass and stuff like that. All right, I'm out of Arthas and stamina, so after this run, we're going to go back and stock up on some consumables. Hey, Crexy, thank you for the follow. And I missed, I got a chat from you, I think. My man, yeah. Main is Hunter, Pally is for strat farming, of course. 41, let's go. Kegster, Speedy, hello stream. I just realized I can say my messages on your stream. Might want to fix that so some dumbass don't get you banned for fun one day. That's all right. We'll be all right. We'll be all right, I think, for a little while. But I appreciate you being considerate of the stream. Thank you for all the follows, by the way, coming in. Appreciate you. Sound is broken. No, I muted it somehow. Tyrant TV. It happens. Server, that should pop up now in a second. Talon, yada, yada, yada. Have we got Deadly on it? We do. Let's switch over to Harp. Let's go into Tavarok. Oh, I just realized I've got some of this lovely peach electrolyte water left. All right, let's kill this guy. That's a shame. We had our evasion up, but we still got hit with that. That's bad RNG. Nothing we can do about that, really. And we got a crystal prism. All right, there's nothing we can do about that. All right, let's go back to Shatra. We're going to get some more consumables, some more gifts of Arthas. And we'll also send across our stuff. See if we sold those boots for whatever it was. I think we put them up for 300 gold, the Shadow Riz ones. Put on our Bloodfang. Crexy, this is the Bloodfang set. This is Schmuck, by the way. I renamed him McBacon. But this is Schmuck right here that we were raiding together with. Do you remember when I got the two fist weapons from Zul'Gurub at level 59? They both dropped in the same run, which is like a 1% chance. Got both of them. Ding 60 went straight into Blackwing Lair with the guild and beat almost everybody and parsed incredibly high with blue gear from ZG and those two weapons because the procs happened, and I beat warriors and rogues who were in full rank 14 gear and weapons. It was a thing of beauty, and it was this rogue right here. And then we got Bloodfang because everybody was in rank 14, so nobody wanted Bloodfang. So this was an alt rogue, and I managed to get full tier 2 on my mage and full tier 2 on my rogue I got it full tier 2 within like 4 weeks on this guy because nobody else wanted it because they were all in rank 14. It was a glorious time. A glorious time, which I'll never forget. Do you play with Lep and Lekka much? How are they getting on? Would love to hear about how everything's going. I know Lep bought a bakery. That's why he couldn't take over Aurora Borealis, and I had to jump ship here into the Fellowship, which I'm super happy here. There's a great guild. I really enjoyed AB as well. But the guys here are great as well. Some really, really good players. What do we need? We'll get 7 more FAPs, 10 more stamina, 10 more Gift of Arthas. Should be sound. I don't know why that server thing didn't pop up, Geraldo. Maybe it's because you're on YouTube. And yeah, thank you for the comment. I remember your picture and your name. We were chatting about it wasn't gold per hour, it was the other one. Yeah, being banned, getting banned, doing these farms, but you don't get banned for these farms, you get flagged when you do these farms. And then if you've broken TOS, once you're flagged, Blizzard will look at your account closer, and if you have broken TOS, then you can get banned. And then some people come on the chat, they're like, I got banned doing this farm. It's like, no, you got flagged for doing this farm and you got banned because you broke TOS somewhere. Did you manage to get a kill on it? Not yet. We got him down to like 2% a couple of days ago, and we got him down to about 5% earlier on today. So it's coming. It's coming. So we're super close. Nice. We got a large prismatic shard from a green there, which is always nice. Okay, I got you. Check the AH price. Definitely not worth the time to selling the gold. Do you farm gold on Era as well? I have an Era character. I have done gold farms on Era, and I made it. My first video was how to solo farm every mine in Zul'Gurub. But I have a level 60 rogue on Era, and I'm leveling engineering with her right now. I just haven't been able to have too much time to play with her at the moment. But I'm going to go back into Zul'Gurub and I'm going to improve that farm. And I'm going to re-release a video because Era is here to stay, you know. And there's a couple of versions of that farm that you can do. You can do it NG and mining just for the nodes, or you can do it mining and herbalism, so you can get Bloodvine as well. And I want to make both of those guides and just have them up there forever so that they're the #1 guide. Basically, I want to be the stealth farming rogue for Classic TBC and Wrath and Classic Plus. That's my plan, to be like the best at this and to make the best guides for these kinds of things. That's my niche. But yeah, it takes time. We'll get there. Keep all that. They're pretty expensive, but we're going to buy them anyway because we've got loads of money. The beauty of having loads of money. Gift of Arthas. Super expensive. But again, rich. That was it, right? I think that was it. Is sub... Oh yeah, look at look at my healing. Bonus healing. That was at 340 bonus healing. Level 46 priest. 48 from the ruby crown. 20 from the neck. Oh, let's see if we can get some healing shoulder pads actually. Ah. Yeah, no. Unfortunately, not right now. Dreamweave Vest, Bracers of Healing, Staff of Healing, but you get 14 damage as well, 42 healing. Wand of Healing, Band of the Unicorn, super cheap now. These were like pre-bis for casters in Classic. You would get the one from BRD, the ring you get, caster ring, and then the other one was either an epic or another blue somewhere, but these were very close behind it with 13 flat, and they're not unique, so you can wear 2 of them. So they're dirt cheap in TBC, so they're nice to get at 43. Boots, we could probably go healing boots actually. Ah, is it because I put a space in it? No. Maybe there's... Maybe there's certain slots where you just don't get plus healing attribute. I don't know. Healing pants, healing belt, and then Dreamweave. So he's like a fairly stacked healer. But Kegster will tell you that doesn't make a difference if you're targeting yourself and you think you're targeting the tank and you're spamming heal. You're like, why is the tank dying? And then you let the tank die. Why wasn't I healing him? Oh, I was targeting myself. I see. I see. Pro healer. Is sub or assassination rogue viable for leveling 58 to 70, or is it just awful? No, sub is really fun. It's the most fun leveling build ever. The only problem is it's great for open world farming. You can step and step and step, ambush, 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 hemo into 5 combo point eviscerate, and then just burst them down and step to the next mob. It's really, really good. It's an awful lot of fun. I would highly, highly recommend it. Go dual spec, get that for open world farming. And then when you're in dungeons, just go, you can go assassination in dungeons. It's not too bad, but in open world leveling, you need to be behind the target for mutilate. So it's just not worth it. You're always trying to find the back and you can't once you open. But if you're just dungeon farming, you can do it in assassination. But combat swords is just tried and true, and you're never going to have any problems with it. So it's kind of the best choice. I must have sold those boots, I think, because I had 450 gold there. I think I sold those shadow resistance boots. Let's have a look. I did. I sold them for whatever it was. It was either 300 or 400 gold. That's nice. That's very nice. We didn't add that to the gold total, actually. It was either 400 or 300. Let's just play it safe, because it was definitely not less than 300. And add that to the overall gold. 841. Yo, yo, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. And I'm not going back just to sell those. Stacked. I don't know why I keep getting the hiccups. What's your thoughts on Classic Plus? I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm sure you've talked about it before, but thoughts on Classic Plus? Yeah. Yeah, it's a very popular question. I get it a lot during the stream. I'm super pumped for it, brother. I can't wait to get in and just put all the shenanigans we've learned over the years into rogue gold farming content, and I'm really looking forward to it. I'm very hopeful. I'm very copeful. I think it's gonna be great. And if it isn't great, we've always got Wrath, and classic TBC and Wrath will always be here. If it doesn't work out, we'll just go home. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let's go back in. Now we should probably repair first. That would probably be a good idea. Yeah, I kind of like that. We'll leave it there. It's on top. It's on top of the tooltip. It's going to be in the way of the thing there. Let's put it maybe under here. All right. Didn't realize I should probably rename it for Twitch chat. Be all right. We'll be all right. Skolmeg, hello. Do you have any Shadow Res gear prepared? Are you going with just the rocket boots? No, I've got a full set prepared. I'll show it to you now. My mother said, where is it gone? Yeah, here. Gladiator spolders, resist all, and 7 resist on the shoulders. with Gladiator's gloves with 8 shadow resist on them. Then we get the 2 set, which gives us 35 resilience, which decreases periodic damage, which will be shadow damage, obviously. We're using Drape of Dark Reavers. We have Thalassian Wilder Cloak, which is equally Biss, which means we can use a Biss item for Drape and put 15 shadow res on it. Skulker's Greaves, we blew the dust off of these and put in 4 shadow res on all the sockets, plus the 8 shadow resist armor thing. They're a great set of legs. They're still really, really good in phase 2. So we're going to be getting a lot of DPS out of those. Then we went Netherblade Chest with 4 resist all and 8 shadow resist. And we went Netherblade Helm with 20 shadow resist from the Lower City Quartermaster and again 4 resist all. And we're going to put in another 4 resist all into these in the socket. And with all those bits combined, then we have the Medallion of Caribor, which gives us 40 shadow res, and that's going to bring us up to 164 shadow res. We need 174, but don't worry, because the Biss battle elixir for Mother Shiraz and for any demon in the next phase is Elixir of Demon Slaying, battle elixir, which means we have a slot open for a Guardian elixir, and guess what? Gift of Arthas gives 10 shadow res. So we're going to be using that for the extra 10 shadow res, which means we don't have to swap out one of our Biss pieces for a green bit, and we can close that gap with a Gift of Arthas. It's the gift that keeps on giving. I'm very, very happy about that. It's such a nice little trick. So that's cool. All right, we actually got 4 minutes to wait here. And we're almost out of flash powder, so let's go and buy some off this shady dealer. M&M over him, Slim Shady. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. We managed to... This is the drip set, obviously, that we just keep in our bags for the drip. These are 2 Felsteel Longblades. My friend Rob, who got me into World of Warcraft, for my birthday in original TBC, he crafted 2 of these for me because they looked so badass. I didn't have Bloodfang at the time, and it was my dream to always get Bloodfang and have these swords, and it was in this TBC that I realized it for the first time. It's such a nice set, and I managed to swap around some of the trinkets and bits and some of the rings, and I got to this gear score, 1337. Anybody who knows hacker speak or old school number speak knows that spells elite, which stands for elite. So this is like my my pride and joy set right here. It's so sad, like we're such sad bastards, but yeah, the Bloodfang elite. Yeah, I love it. Do you have any Shadow Res gear? Okay, yeah, I just showed you that one. Honestly, not sure what happened to AB back then. Lep and Lekka was less and less online, and people started leaving. Haven't really spoken to them since then. Yeah, there was a bit of a falling out, and then I think 5 or 6 guys left, and they were really good players. There were, like a lot of guilds, there were various tensions for various reasons, and it kind of fell apart, which is a shame. But great guys. I mean, Lep invited me after the Camino to go up to Norway and stay with him and his wife and 2 kids. So I was hanging out in Norway playing WoW with him for a week, which is a memory I will always cherish. You know, some stranger that you've only been playing with for a couple of months, like, oh, you're doing the Camino. When you finish, why don't you come to Norway? It's like, yeah, sure. Got to meet Lekka as well, go out for beers with the boys and just have the crack. So that was really nice. You know, really, really, really cool guys. All that healing won't have much mana. True. But yeah. Yeah, Cakester, yeah, you're a top tier healer. Yeah, I was like, hey, here's what we're gonna do. We were down in Sunken Temple, and we'd done the statues that you have to do in the right order. And then I was like at 6 o'clock, and the rest of the guys had all regrouped at 12 o'clock, and they were about to jump down. I said, jump down and run and pull all the mobs in the circle towards me, and I'll jump down and I'll heal you as I'm jumping down with Slowfall. And I was like, this is going to be so cool. I'm going to look like such a good healer. He's going to pull a massive pack. We're going to AoE them all down. It's going to be Biss. The paladin starts running. They all jump down. The paladin pulls the packs, and loads of the mobs starts running towards me. He's taking heavy damage, and I jump off the ledge, and I hit safe fall, and I realize I don't have any life feathers. I just fucking plummet to the ground and get killed. Oh, not my finest hour. So that's why Kegster's laughing there, and I don't blame him. Ah, stop. That was a funny memory. And then when they res me up, and we did eventually kill the guys. Then we went and killed the boss in the middle, and I'm like, oh, that was so embarrassing. And I'm the tank pulls the boss, and I'm like flash healing, flash healing, flash healing, and the tank's just losing health, losing health, losing health. I'm like, why isn't he healing? What's going on? And I had myself targeted, not the tank, and I let him die. So all happened within like 3-4 minutes, and I was like, these guys think I'm an absolute clown, total noob, don't know what I'm doing. And I suppose I was, I suppose I was. All right, let's go. McSneaky boy. I like it. So as a rogue, ZG is the best farming on Era. I feel like it's so wasted doing farming on Anniversary with this rinsing TBC. Then Wrath of the Lich King looks very chill too. Depends what you're into and the cadence. Let's take Classic Plus out of the equation for a minute, right? If I wasn't doing these farms, which I enjoy doing very much, and I was kind of losing a little bit of interest, I would 100% be back on Era. There will be times when people will duck out of whatever the current expansion is and just fold back into Era. And the populations, it happens all the time in cadences throughout the release cycles, where people will just drop back into Era and suddenly like, Era's popping again, everybody's back on Era. And it's this good time again, and you level up and you do a few raids and get a bit more gear. So those servers are there to stay, Zul'Gurub is a really good one. Dire Maul East is a really good one. I think the best farm is a farm that I never actually realized, but it's definitely possible. And I know that I could do it, but I just need certain gear. And that's the Dire Maul East farm solo as a rogue. Crystal Lay of the Draenei, nice. And Stratholme, right. But not for rogues. Yeah, Strat's a good one as well. Strat puts out consistent money throughout TBC rather. Oh, but in Classic, yeah. You can farm Strat, but that's more for mages and spell cleave. But you can just do Righteous Orb farming, but that's group farming, right? You can also do Crusader farming. You can sneak to the tower in Western Plaguelands. And you can, if there's nobody there, you can kill the Scarlet Spellbinders and it'll drop Crusader, the enchant. But it's a 0.025% chance, if I remember correctly. It's like 1 in 400. It's around the same chance to get the Mara Dagger, but you can kill, there's 1, 2, 3 at the top, 1, 2, 3 at the bottom. And there's one that can patrol outside, but it respawns as something else sometimes. And there's one that can patrol up and down the road, but it respawns as something else sometimes. And there's one that at the top of the road that respawns. So there's like 1.5 outside and 6 inside. So it's like 7.5. If there's nobody there, you can kill them all and just continuously farm it. But it's really better at the start of the expansion. If you start the expansion and you get up there quick before anybody else and you get the first Crusader enchant on the server, you make loads of money. But my favorite one actually, my favorite farm for a fresh server is to go into rush to 60 as fast as possible, go into LBRS and sneak through the dungeon until you get to the Pyromancers. And you kill the 3 Pyromancers in there and they can drop Robe of the Archmage pattern, which is the Bis Mage chest for phase 1 and phase 2. And you can get the recipe for the Greater Fire Protection Potion, which is obviously Bis. For Molten Core you need it, for Blackwing Lair you need it. Now it won't take long for everybody and their grandmother to be farming in LBRS to get in these things anyway, and they will drop eventually. But if you're the first to market with those patterns and recipes for the first few days, you make hundreds of gold for each of them. And you can set yourself up for the entire expansion. Like it's nuts. It's nuts. But those are early, fresh server farms that lose a lot of their value as the market becomes saturated with those assets. Dire Mall East is consistently good money. Zul'Gurub is consistently good money. Silithus Farm is consistently good money. Yeah, there's lots of them. You know why those sirens sometimes are just so slow? What do they mess up the pull in SV? Yeah, they're tricky. What I do is generally if a pull is scuffed because three of them came running where you wanted them to run, but one of them was back at the chest by the time you get back, the next time I pull, I target the one that was back at the chest first and I pull them. I make sure I hit them with my ranged and then I pull, and that usually solves it. That usually solves it. But I've never had those problems consistently. It's just something in the pull that you're doing that you need to change ever so slightly. You're a couple of millimeters away from just nailing it and only having those problems like 1 in 20 runs or 1 in 50 runs. So usually it's waiting a little bit too long in the water or not waiting long enough, things like that. You just need to, in the spaces and gaps that you have, you need to just wait a little longer, wait a little shorter, or pull the mob that keeps causing you the problems, things like that. And after a while, those problems just tend to disappear. And without being able to articulate it or without being able to explain why, you just get into a groove of doing it the right way and it just works for you. So just keep practicing and you'll find that groove without really consciously even knowing how to do it. So you'll be maining Rogue in Classic Plus. Oh, for sure. For sure. Yeah, this is the Rogue's Diary. We need some rogue themed sub icons. Thank you for the feedback. This is exactly the kind of feedback I need because I'm such a Twitch noob. These are exactly the things that I would like people to tell me would make the stream better, and I will 100% get on that. We need some Perdition's Blade symbols. We need all of the Warglaive symbols. We need all of the iconic rogue weapons. I'm going to get some rogue sounds in there, like the vanish sound, the stealth sound, the pickpocket sound, and attach those to various alerts. I have a plan for all of this, but thank you for mentioning that. Rogue themed sub icons. Yes. I will get on that. I promise you I'll get on that. We're gonna make it the general vision, the design vision for the overlays and the alerts is going to be classic. So for example, I used AI to make the background of the quest log. Now it's grayed out here because I have an add-on that is dark mode, so it makes it all gray. But normally it's this kind of faded ochre parchment color. So I took that and I turned it into a little scroll that has little scroll things at the end. And I'm going to have those open up on the stream and just show the name of like the latest sub, the latest follower, the top chatter, things like that. But they will be aesthetically congruent with the classic design, overall UI design. So we're going to try and melt the UI so it feels natural. Yeah, that's the plan. So thank you for reminding me of that, Septimusi. Sorry, Lord Septimusi. What vanilla items like raid set, weapons, trinkets do you suggest getting if I want to farm gold and raid somewhat casually on my rogue? I would watch my how to solo farm Zul'Gurub every mine video there's a nice few bits in there that show you, and it uses engineering shenanigans like here, like the Barov's trinket. It's on my channel. Go to videos, go sort by upload date, and go to the oldest video. It's got about 50 or 60,000 views. You watch that, and there'll be loads of tips and tricks about trinkets in there. That's a good place to start. That's a good place to start. Let's eat some of this. If you do hardcore at any point, would you do duos or solo leveling? Asking because I'm interested in duos. I have a hardcore. I just died earlier on today with a level 16 hardcore rogue. I made a stupid pull. It was very foolish. I want to do solo self-found rogue on hardcore because I want to go into Scarlet Monastery Graveyard and show people how to farm that at level 35 plus, kill the elites, kill the rare spawns, open the chests, make loads of money, get loads of good gear. And it's a really impressive farm to be able to showcase, especially on hardcore. So I definitely want to do that. Duo leveling, I've always historically been bad at duo leveling because I don't like having my schedule controlled or having to things like if I want to play, I don't want to have to stop playing or not be able to play because I have to wait for somebody. So I'm always very bad at that. I suppose that's why I play a rogue. And Samwise in the chat will tell you about that. Like we did level together on SOD a little bit, but then I just dropped out because it was too busy. I had other things to do. Okay, let's go Tavarok. Everything's up. Let's see if we can kill this guy, yeah? Hopefully we get an earthquake and we dodge it. That would be Biss. And we dodged it. That is Biss. Okay, this is nice. This is nice. This is nice. Now I'm going to fap. Okay, perfect timing. We got our rupture off. This is good. This is good. Oh, we can do that too. Why is he still coming for me? Ah, there we go. There we go. Hey, what the hell? Why did it reset? Ah, no. I used Thistle Tea. And when I used Thistle Tea, I thought my Thistle Tea was linked to my FAP, and that's why I couldn't use it. So when I FAP'd early in this one, I was like, oh, my tea is up. So that means I can use my tea, but my tea is on the same cooldown as my Masterwork targeting dummy. So when I use my macro to dummy and vanish, the dummy didn't pop and it reset the fight. That sucks because that was a really, really solid attempt. That's kind of annoying. But you know what? We've still got all our stuff. So we're just going to reset and go again. Yeah. These things happen. These things happen. That was a silly mistake. What are you even going to spend the gold on? I've already spent most of it, brother. I only have just under 12k. I spend it on everything I want. Everything I want, whenever I want it. 1,000 gold on Raycons, multiple character boosts, 4 blink strikes, professions, flying mounts, just absolutely balling out. If I want it, I buy it. I'm never short on anything. I don't have to worry about everything. It's a good place to be. I never buy gold. I never sell gold. Now, I would buy a DST, but I still go in with my guild and I have a responsibility to go into Gruul, and I'm glad to go into Gruul. I would like to get it naturally. But if there ever comes a time where we stop doing Gruul, for whatever reason, then I will go into a group and I will buy DST 100%. And if I don't get Warglaves and we move into Zulaman slash Sunwell, if we don't do Black Temple with my guild, then I will pug Black Temple and I will try to find people who are selling glaives and I will buy glaives. That's what I'll do. But as long as my guild gives me a spot, which they have in every single raid week since launch, then that is what I want to do the most, is to play with them and go in and parse and do it naturally. Glaives and DST are not as important to me as playing with those people that I have played with throughout the entire expansion and growing and experiencing the game with them. 100%. That's the heart of Classic for me. All right, let's reset. Sajman was close. Yeah, it was going well for a minute there. How much do you think DST would cost? So a couple of last phase, toward the end of last phase, somebody bought one for 15,000 gold. So glaives, I'd say, would probably cost at least 20, at most 40, something like that. The 381 gold per hour for SV, is that dependent on which gem you'd get, or is that on average? That's average. You see the number in the brackets there? That's not the number of runs. That's the number of lockouts. And we actually stopped adding the averages because after 20, your average is pretty much locked in. 20 lockouts is 100 runs. Even if you got double ruby in one run, the gold per hour would probably only go up by 2 or 3. So you've collected enough gold average to know that that's pretty much locked in. It's never going to change too much beyond that. It's a worm chest. That's nice. However, we didn't deduct the consumable cost from that. On the low end, it's 10 gold. On the high end, it's 20 gold. So on average, it's about 15 gold, the consumable cost. But when you deduct that from 380, we're still looking at 365 minus 291 is 7. It's still 75 gold ahead per hour. So you want to tab through these guys and get them as low as you can without killing them. And then on the last one, we're going to Blade Flurry and Cloak. Just kill them all in that cloak window. Now I did pot there, but it's alright. Been using Mind Control Engineering Helm to have the 4-pack mobs kill one of the... Oh, we got a Noble Topaz. Nice, nice. To kill one of the mobs so I can kill the other 3 for the chest and SV. 30 minutes CVO. Yeah, Cato. Yeah. I had brought... where is it? Not the Mind Control helmet, but the Goblin Rocket helmet in. I had brought that in because I wanted to see if I could charge the Boglords and stun them for 30 seconds so I could mine the Boglord vein, but they're immune to the stun. And the Gnomish Mind Control cap, you need to be Gnomish. So, and I was already Goblin, and I wasn't going to go unlearning and relearning just to get that one, but I did want to test it out. And yeah, only once every 30 minutes, but it's still like a really move to be able to pull every 30 minutes. One sec. All right, we're back. Chris Surreal, thank you for the follow, brother. Appreciate you. Aren't Pally best gold farming class? I don't think Pally beats Rogue in TBC. Mana Tomb's 291 gold per hour is around about the same as Stratholme farming. One of the officers in my guild has been tracking his strat farms since launch, and I think he said the average is about 290 gold per hour. But since we updated the SV farm, and that's almost 100 gold ahead, I don't think that there is actually a better gold farm, consistently better, because that will remain. At the start of the expansion, it was 450 to 500 when gems were up a lot. And now gems, all the gems are pretty much down except for rubies. They'll go down a little bit more, but as they go down in the next phase, scrolls are going to go up, enchanting materials are going to go up. So this isn't actually going to change that much. 381, like 400-ish gold per hour. It's, by the way, ores are down, adamantite is down, fel iron is down, to addies are down to about 2 gold an hour. In peak phase 1 and peak phase 2, they go up to 275. So in phase 3, they're going to go back up to 275 again. That's a lot. 75 silver is basically 3, like out of 2 gold, there's 3 sevens, 21. Let's just, for easy math, let's just say that's a 33% increase in the amount of gold that you get from ores. And ores are already worth about 30%. So we're getting an extra 10% or more, which is going to be another 40 gold. So basically, when we're at peak, this is going to be up at over 400 gold an hour. So although there are farms like Zul'Gurub where you can, at certain points, make like 500 to 600 gold per hour, and you can do boosting, but you need and people will say, oh yeah, well, I'm boosting, I make 700 gold per hour. It's like, yeah, but you have to stand around for half an hour getting boosties. You're not factoring that into the gold per hour, which is disingenuous. I honestly don't think that there's a better gold farming class that can consistently make as much gold without any competition anytime they want to pick up and play and come in and farm gold consistently than the Rogue. I think it's the best gold farming class in TBC. That's my humble opinion. Yeah, I'm running Strath. It's between 250 and 290 every 5 lockouts. I was kind of looking for more. Yeah, I started farming Strath a few months ago, and I consistently get 400 gold per hour, but I'm 2k gear score and fast kill times. Well, is that 400 gold an hour because the add-on gold per hour says 400, or is that the total amount of gold you get in your 5 lockouts? Because this isn't a real number. Like, I can come into Manitombs here and it'll say I get 520 gold per hour, but you don't, because it's technically impossible to get that. You do your 5 runs and you're out in 30 minutes if you're doing it fast. And then you're going to, that's why I see 290 on average. But people will say, oh yeah, but it's worth like 500. It's like, no, it's not, because all you can get is 290 out of it. So the gold per hour is the amount of gold you have after 5 lockouts. And regardless of how long that took you, inside of an hour, that's your gold per hour. But you can get more gold per hours gold per hour on PvP servers, because generally speaking, the assets are worth more there. So it could be that you're getting 400 gold per hour from Strat. But if you're doing 5 runs in 12 minutes or less, it doesn't matter if they're taking 12 minutes or 8 minutes, it's the same gold per hour. But yeah, if you're on PvP server, that might be the case. I mean, these gold per hours are PvE server. If I was on Spine Shatter, SV would probably be worth 50, somewhere between 50 and 100 gold more than this, and MT would be the same. So it's server dependent as well. But the economies are also more inflated on those servers, so you're paying more for things. So even though you're getting more gold per hour, it's going out in, like, air quotes, taxes and just the cost of living. The cost of living on PvP servers is higher, but the money you make is higher. You know, it's kind of like living in the city, you know. Slate Ben's boosting used to be 450 gold per hour. Yeah. There you go. I see you just skip pickpocketing here. I have a spell hit set for doing these runs with pickpocket. Not worth it. Spell hit set you need definitely for pickpocketing in SV because they're level 70 mobs. But in here, they're level 65. So you need 34 spell hit in order to hit and reach the hit cap in SV. But in here, you probably only need like 15 or so. But you'd still want a little bit just to get to that 1% flat. Definitely. We're going to wait 2 minutes to get Adrenaline Rush back here. So you can have a couple of bits, probably just 1 bit, to be honest. If you had the Scryer's Blood Gem, which gives you 30 hit, spell hit, you know, or 1 or 2 bits like that, you'll be fine. I have a full spell hit. It's called the Grave Robber Garb. Well, that's what I called it because I'm a sad bastard. But it's this set that has like this lamp in the offhand. Let me show you. It was this one. What else What else? Spell hit. We had yeah, Scryer's Blood Gem. I think we were in the Waste Walker Shoulder, so I don't actually have them anymore, unfortunately. But it looked really cool. You're just basically walking around with this lamp, and the shoulders were much less. The Waste Walker shoulders have these kind of gold domes that match this gold really well and match the gold of the Scryers really well. And I think at the time, I can't remember. I think I had Blink Strike, but I might have equip something else. I can't remember. I equipped something else, I think. But it just looks so cool. I'd equip it in SV and walk around with this lamp and just pickpocket things, and I just look like a grave digger, like a crypt keeper, just RP walking around robbing pockets. It was nice for about 5 minutes. Which what about Vanilla and Wrath? About the best gold farming class? I mean Vanilla, but best gold farming class has to be Mage, like hands down. There's no competition really. And Wrath, I think it's Rogue again because we have the Kara farm. But if it's not Rogue, we're still an S tier gold farming class. Wrath, we're going to be absolutely insane. Out of the gate, we're Unholy Detonate is like the best on paper DPS. But if you're an Assassination Rogue or Combat Rogue in Phase 1, they're very close. But Assassination Rogue in Phase 1 and Phase 2, we're like S tier top DPS. If you have like 5% more skill than the people in your raid and you have equal gear, you're going to be on the top of the meters all the time. So we're the best, one of the best single target DPS in the game. We are the best AoE raid DPS class in the game with Fell Striker. We do way more damage than mages. We have infinite energy. We can spam Fan of Knives and everything dies. It's absolutely nuts. It's going to be the best experience you ever have in a raid as an AoE rogue. We have access to potentially the best gold farm in the game in the form of the Kara farm, and we can also do a Black Temple farm that I'm going to be testing out on the private server. I have an 80 rogue there. We'll get that recorded, but first we're waiting to see what happens with Classic Plus and Wrath and the timeline before we invest our time into doing that. And in PvP, we're really good as well. Wrath is going to be the best expansion for us, like on from all those different facets of the game. It's going to be so much fun. I can't wait. The best farm is the one you have fun with. Lol, enjoy selling tank runs and rezzing unwanted items. Yeah, tank runs is pretty brutal in terms of farming. Do I need 3525 lockpick and at least 340 mining to mine mana tombs? The rich adamantite nodes, I can't remember exactly. But it doesn't matter. Just come in and see here and start farming them anyway, because if you don't have... You can look on WoW Professions. Just type in Google, WoW TBC, mining required adamantite, rich adamantite. When I was leveling up my second rogue, I just went in and just mined all the fell iron in SV and the adamantite. And I got up to a level then where I could mine rich, and then I went into mana tombs and mined rich. And even if you can't, just skip the ones and just come through. You're going to level your mining up in like a couple of hours anyway coming through here, and then you'll get to where you want to be. All right, we've got everything. We've got food, we got Arthas, we got Winterfall, we got stamina. We're good to go. Let's swap into our Tavarok bars. Why didn't that work? It's because I'm in stealth. Never mind.
Stun incoming.
Oh, nice. We dodged that. That's so good. Oh, we got prismed. That sucks. That sucks so hard.
Stun incoming.
That's a shame. We'll get there. Plenty of time. 400 gold per hour strat farming is super high. No, yeah. That's why I asked if he's using the gold per hour value that the add-on says, or the actual gold he gets after 5 lockouts, which is the real gold per hour. Or he could be on a PvP server where those values are just higher. But yeah, there's a lot of like confusion, misunderstanding in gold per hour values and but everyone in their heart knows like what's true. It's like you do 5 lockouts and the gold you have is your gold per hour. But it sounds better to say it's higher if it's on. And I'm not saying, brother, I'm not saying that that's what you're doing. I'm just saying that it's a common misconception. A lot of people do it. Maybe you are making 400 gold per hour. I'm not calling you disingenuous. But I've had this conversation. Someone just commented on one of my videos the last day and asked me about gold per hour. And it was a great question because I've been thinking about this for quite a while. Hold on a minute, I'll get it up. Yeah, he said under my Manitoons video, he said, "What do you mean by gold per hour? We all use different definitions. I'm sure the Steam Vault is more gold per 5 runs, but 5 runs of MT takes like 25 minutes versus 5 runs of SV taking more like 40 minutes. Is SV still more gold per hour per time spent farming? Gold per work done? Question mark. Thank you." And I had a good think about this because it's a fine question. And my response was, it's a great question. There are many factors, so I'll only expand on a couple for now. One has to do with the fact that the phrase gold per hour was coined in an era of WoW when there were no instance lockouts. Dungeon farming, open world farming, professions, and auction house trading were all activities that could be done without having to stop because of some imposed time limit. Anything you did to make money was tracked by how much you made and in what time frame. It just naturally evolved in that way, and the time frame that rose to the top, i.e. the one that our culture adopted as standard, was an hour. An hour of X will give you Y gold. Manitoons is one of those outlier cases. Once you learn the farm and you can do it quickly, the time that you actually spend farming is much less than an hour. Nonetheless, the framing is in place, and the amount you get out of MT, one rogue on a single account, in 30 minutes is the exact same as the amount of gold you can get from there in 60 minutes, because you can't technically get any more than that. As for all using different definitions, there really is only one correct definition. You can't look at Kiwi Farm after 5 lockouts that you did in 30 minutes and use the gold per hour figure it gives you, because it's assuming that you're going to continue making gold at that rate for the next 30 minutes. You can't unless you have 2 accounts and swap rogues to do 10 MTs in 1 hour. So the real gold per hour value is the total gold you have after 5 lockouts. People like to fool themselves with loot trackers that artificially inflate the gold per hour, but deep down everyone knows that what I've just said is the truth. And you can't add the gold that you might make from anything you do in your spare 30 minutes, because it goes out of the scope of the initial framework that the culture has been using for 2 decades. Do X for an hour and you get Y gold would become do X and Y for an hour and get Z gold. Thank you so much for the question, because it's something I've been wrestling with for the past few months, and I'm going to address it in a video at some point. You helped me to articulate a few key points and starting the work I've been running away from for a while. So the gold per hour thing is like, it's a big part. It's something that's kind of confusing and, something in the culture that people often misinterpret and those kinds of things. All right, let's swap back to Harp. Did I reset? I hope so. Nope. I've never hit 400 gold an hour in strat. The only way is if you get an expensive world epic like Skullflame. Yeah. I think gold farming is cool because I can then switch to League of Legends this year, let's say, and still do the same. Sin Rogue was so simple too. Yeah. Dice farming. Yeah. Roll the dice. 350 for Rich Addy. There you go. Are you NG mining for Gas Cloud and Ore? Yes, 100% I am. And NG is also best PvE for the bombs. Best PvE specs in TBC all the way through are NG and enchanting for the bombs and the ring enchants. Does anyone know if they'll introduce race and gender change in Wrath of the Lich King? I don't remember if that comes in Wrath. I know that we get the barbers. But I think in the shop you might be able to switch race and gender and faction. But I'm not 100% sure if it's one or both or all three of those. We got scammed. It's a scam. But my strat runs take 12 minutes, so no lockout. And yes, 400 gold per hour on Night Slayer. Yeah. That's it. Night Slayer is the PvP realm. It's the biggest realm. And the economy is on fire. And there's shitloads of bots, so fair enough. There it is. It's a tomb chest. Kind of a very bad pump. Very, very bad pump there. It's because I don't have poisons on, that's why. It's all becoming clear to me now. I do have poisons on. UD plus living mobs. That's insane. I would rather be boosting it. It's too sad Blizzard nerfed it / banned it. I think there's people still doing it. I think there's ways around it. They implemented that update, which was just a biggest disaster ever. And then they reverted it after like a day because it was just messing up with the rest of the game so much. Such a bad idea. But if that comes back in for Wrath, we're in big trouble because the Kara farm... Now, SV, Mana Tombs would be affected by something like that, but marginally. When we kill these packs, we get greens off them as well. So that does increase the gold per hour. But the gold per hour we get from SV is from chests and mines and gas cloud. We don't do any killing. So we're not getting our loot from... Well, we kill now just to make it easier to open certain chests. But the main money we're making is from chests, mines, and moats. So even if they implemented that, it wouldn't affect us in SV. Oh, Dark Moon cards. Yeah. When are they coming in? They're coming in soon, aren't they? I'm kind of super stoked about those. I wanna test those out. Are they coming in phase 3? Or are they coming in beforehand? Yeah, I wanna test those out. Let's have a little look-see here. Factions, no, collections. Darkmoon Fair, BC, Fury's deck. You have a 10% chance when hit by an attack or harmful spell to deal 95 to 115 holy damage to your attacker. That's fairly nice for something like the Strat Farm, right? That's very nice if you're getting hit by everything. Now, there might be better things in the game already. I can't remember the Strat Abyss stuff. I know you need Figurine of the Colossus, obviously, and then there's another trinket slot, but I'm not sure what goes in it. But I'm assuming this would be pretty good since Skullflame Shield and the Sporegar Shield are the best shields for that farm, and they do damage to attackers, but it's much less than 95 to 115. So, but it's a 10% chance, so I'm not sure. 51 to Salmon is nice, though. Each time you do melee or range damage to an opponent, you gain 6 attack power, stacking up to 20 times, getting us 120 AP. Each time you land a harmful spell on an opponent, you gain 8 spell damage. Okay. So 120 AP flat. It's not that good. I know it's not that good. It's definitely not BIS, and I think this is it's not great, to be honest. It'd be fine for an alt that you wanted to get up and get a quick trinket. You know, you could do the heroic trinket, bloodlust brooch, and then you could get this one. That would be fine. It'd be nice. You'd be able to pump, but it's nothing near BIS. I know that. Each time one of your direct damage attacks does not critically strike, you gain 17 crit. Okay, so that's just more in the crit side of things, which we definitely don't need. We'd be more on the AP side of things anyway, so that's useless for us. Yeah. And then lunacy. Each time you land a killing blow, oh, you do your madness. So this one's interesting. I would like to get my hands on this one because I can't remember what the madness things are, but there's a couple of them that are pretty cool. Darkmoon card requires Darkmoon Fire, which Blizz didn't even seem to make happen in TBC. I think I read something recently, though, that it might be coming in sometime soon, but I could be wrong. Maybe that was a dream. Last I played, maybe they had made it schedule guaranteed. Didn't know those Shadow Fiends had such low aggro range. Yeah, well, they're low, and, well, I'm 70, you know, they're 63, 64. Phase 3, yeah. What are you doing with the 120k gold? I don't have 120k. That's how much I've farmed total, but I spend it as I make it, you know? I just buy everything I want, brother. Crusade is BIS for who? Not for rogues, I know that much. The 2 to 8 cards drop from level 67 mobs, and the ace drops from the final boss in each dungeon on all difficulties. Ah, cool. Can they be inside chests from SV? I don't think I've ever gotten a Darkmoon card from a chest. So I'm going to say no. I think they drop they drop from mobs randomly. In Classic, you could basically farm them because you could just type in the name of the card you wanted, and then Wowhead will show you the mobs that have like a 4% drop rate or a 2% drop rate. And a 2% drop rate seems low, but when they're out in the world, non-elite mobs, it's not low at all. You just kill 50 of them and you get it, which is super easy. So they weren't too bad. But then it was things like the Beast in Upper Blackrock Spire dropped the ace of one of them. So then you got to go in and hard res that. Crusade is the best DMF card. Depends on the context, but sure, I mean, for PvE, it's the best, but I don't think it's BIS for any class. Actually, I'm going to take that back. It's definitely not BIS for Rogue. Because what's BIS is DST, obviously, and then Warp Spring Coil for Rogue. And I feel like for Paladins, it's probably going to be... I don't think that's going to beat Madness of the Betrayer, to be honest. 120 flat AP. It is nice. It's like a flask up all the time. So Sethek Hole's boss kills will be a good farm at the start. Yeah, or skip runs, SP, skip runs, Ochennai Crypts, skip runs. Anything that you can skip and get to the last boss will be BIS, basically. Okay, let's eat one of those. And take one of those, and this one, and that one. And I cancelled the mudfish because I'm pro. Did you play TBC upon its release? I did. I was in the pre-patch. We found world first Spine Sever in the pre-patch, and we proved that TBC epics could be gotten from lockboxes on Azeroth before the Dark Portal opened, which was a very nice moment. We were super lucky to get it. I theory crafted it. I knew that you could get TBC lockboxes from level 61 mobs, but I didn't know if the loot table of the boxes had been restricted or somehow gate kept behind the opening of the portal, and nobody had ever seen one drop in pre-patch. And I went out and farmed for 3 days and I found this. It's between a 1 in 5,000 and 1 in 10,000 chance. So it was honestly like a gift from God, really, to get it. And that's when I decided to go all in on content creation for WoW. I was like, this is the sign. I'm just going to go all in. If I found this in the pre-patch, like, let's go. Wowhead put the little video I put up on their site, and I was like, okay, this is all the validation I need. I'm going full all the way, and that's where we are. Okay, Harp, Tavarok.
Stun incoming.
Yeah, he did get us with Earthquake, which sucks, but it didn't take that much health off. What have we got? 4, 3, 2, 1. I think I'll fap now.
Stun incoming.
Haha. Yeah, we knew we weren't going to get that one. We got hit by that earthquake. We have to miss his first earthquake. Skip normal. What you farming SP? Ah, we were talking about the Dark Moon cards. I think once they come in, they drop from the bosses. Yeah, we're just gonna keep going in here, farming, killing Tavarok. It's 11. 7 hours is fine, so I'll sleep at 12. So I'll do this for another like 45 minutes. Need that 15 minutes to be able for the brain to slow down, so you can get to sleep, right? It has been reset. All right, let's go. The fair was so irregular last time they came out. I couldn't sell any cards on the auction. Yeah. Yeah, you do need it to be regular. Race Car Bob 27. Thank you for the follow, brother. Appreciate you. Let's heal up with a bandage. And poolside. Nice one. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. We're trying to get Tavarok down. Oh, I don't have my evasion up, but that's fine. Let's just use a... Not the end of the world. We'll do this and this. You know, if you're ever low, you can always just, relax a bit. Thank them. Still gonna hit me, but you get the idea. Be nice to get a gem. We haven't seen one in a while. Maybe a ruby. I'll take a scroll of Agi5. That's good. It is risky with 15 seconds left on Vanish. We get a resist. So the getting gems from picking pockets and from lockboxes isn't just exclusive to TBC. It's only that the gems you get here are much more valuable than the ones you can pickpocket in Classic. But if you're on solo self-found, for example, and you want to make the engineering goggles, the flying tiger goggles, which you can then upgrade into the gnomish goggles, which give you 9 stamina, 9 spirit, and it's either 9 strength or 9 agility, which are really good. But in order to make them, you need to make the tiger goggles first. You need 2 tiger's eye. Now the leather that you need, you can get from chests fairly easily in the early levels, finding them yourself. But the tiger's eye are a little bit more tricky. However, if you just go around and pickpocket on hardcore, they'll drop gems even at early levels. When I was on solo self-found, I was like, let's go and test this. And I went to the first mob I picked. I got a tiger's eye out of it, just south of Ratchet, where those pirates are hanging around. It was a thing of beauty. And not only do you get gems, but you also get healing potions, of course, just like here. One of the big draws for alchemy is healing potions. Also swiftness potion to get you out of a sticky situation. But knowing that you can just go around and do pickpocket farms as a rogue and get all the healing potions you'll ever need is a big draw for ditching alchemy in favor of engineering. So those are some little rogue tricks that you can use in hardcore solo self-found to get what you need out of pickpocketing. Have you tried the Steam Vault farm yet? I have. I've tried it. I've tried it a few times. There's a number there beside my portrait. I've done probably 1,200 to 1,300 runs of Steam Vault since launch. It's where I made most of my money. We did 5 runs. Normally I do 5 runs Steam Vault, 5 runs of Mana Tombs, brother. The Hazy. And but we're trying to kill Tavarok solo here. Well, for gold per hour, Steam Vault is better. Beside my portrait there, it's 380 gold per hour versus 290 in MT. It changes by server, but it's going to be the same pretty much. It'll be relatively the same, even though the values will go up or down depending on your server. Which one is better? I love them both. Pure gold per hour, it's SV. Shenanigans, it's SV. You know, have you got kids to raise? Have you got a job you're doing? Are you working from home, doing 30 minutes of farming and 30 minutes of work? Then MT is bliss. You know, you can come in, shred out your 30 minutes easy, get loads of good money, and go back to, you know, earning money. If you get a new weapon, if you get a new item, for example, a Warp Spring Coil or a Talon of Ashara or a DST or something like that, and you come into Mana Tombs, it's a great way to test the peaks of your DPS because you can just burst the packs and see what your best is. So in here, the best I can do as an undead rogue, not having expertise from human or blood fury from orc or berserking from troll or any of those extra buffs. the best peak that I can get in this current gear that I've seen is 2.3k burst. And that's when all your things proc and crit and all that kind of stuff. But if you get a new weapon or you get a new trinket and you come in, you can literally see that peak go up. So it's very validating to see your DPS in real time. So, and it's very fun. But SV, you do trickery using engineering boots, belts, long pulls, shadow stepping. It's a lot more like satisfying in that sense. You do almost no combat. There's a couple of chests you can combat, but it's much more like acrobatics and technique, which is very satisfying. So I love them both, brother. You know, if someone held a gun to my head and said, which one is your favorite, and you can only do one for the rest of your days, oh, I need to wait 2 minutes for Addy, it would be SV. But they're both incredible farms. What are you doing tomorrow? I'm training tomorrow. Tomorrow I get up and train. Breakfast at 7:30. Training. We have to clean in the morning. There's a massive thunderstorm last night. So there's just leaves and branches and debris just all over the academy outside. So we're going to be cleaning that up in the morning from 10 past 8 until about 7:30. Then we start training. We'll start off with a 1K run. Then we'll stretch for half an hour, do some warm-ups. Then we'll probably do forms. I asked if I could learn. I wanted to learn a snake form. There's two animals that I, for one reason or another, like I've been drawn to in my life, snake and the heron. So I just got a picture because my coach is Chinese. He doesn't speak English, but I have a translator. So I just had a picture of a snake and a picture of a heron. And I just pointed to them. I said, like, to the translator, does he know any kung fu forms that are based on these animals? And she was like, the heron has forms, but those forms are embedded with other forms like the tiger and the heron. But there is a snake form that he knows. I said, all right, I want to learn that. So tomorrow we'll start doing that, I think. Yeah, then it's lunch, time off, and back at more training, more running, more stretching. We'll probably do Sanda, which is striking, kicking, sparring, stuff like that in the afternoon, and then I'll be streaming again in the evening. So that's going to be my day tomorrow. But it's going to be nice and cool because there's just been a lot of rain. Oh, he saw me, kind of. Didn't even get my garrote off. It's kind of annoying. Oh, I'm in the wrong spec. I'm in the wrong bars, rather. I think I'll just reset this. I'm in my harp spec, not my Tabarok spec. Getting tired. How much I pay for a month? I paid for 6 months. I get my own room. I get 3 meals a day paid for by they cook for me. Get my own room and train. I live on site, train Monday to Friday, and then have the weekends off. There's food. We get food on Sunday as well, lunch and dinner. But on Saturday, there's no food. You have to just buy food from the shop or nearby restaurant. But 6 months, I think 6 months was €8,000, which is really good. I mean, that's okay. It's 1,000 a month with an extra 2K over 6 months, which is 1K over 3, which is 300 over 1. So it's about 1,300. Call it 1,200 a month for easy math. 4 weeks in a month ish. So 4.3 technically, but whatever. 4 in a month, it's 1,200 is €300 a week. For €300 a week, I get training 5 days a week. I get 3 meals a day and meals on the weekend. I get my own room. Yeah, it's pretty good. Like if you couldn't live on that in Europe, and I get to come over here and just like get fed and trained and live. So it's very good value. Yeah, it's actually cheap. So you stream the weekends? Yeah, I stream the weekends, but it's like variable, so I don't have it in my schedule, right? because sometimes, like last weekend, I got invited by some people here to go to sushi place and chill out at one of the spas, and I hadn't left or socialized, and I didn't want to be rude and say no. So I went out with four of the lads. We had nice chats. It was good fun. We had a couple of beers, got to know them a bit. And now we just have better rapport when we're here chilling out. So it is important not to be totally antisocial. Like I'm in my room streaming all the time in the evenings while other people are hanging out, like playing a bit of chess or maybe playing some Catan or something, and kind of just shooting the breeze and just like casually socializing and building relationships that way. I'm just in here like grinding, which I love. But I kind of made the decision once a month I'll go and do something with some people. Resident Evil is coming out next month, and there's an IMAX nearby. And Zach Kreger, who did Weapons, I don't know if any of you seen that movie Weapons, but I really enjoyed it. Didn't like the ending so much, but I thought it was a really good film. It was funny and it was also horror, good action. Like it was just a good, solid movie, like to watch. It's the kind of movie I'd rewatch, you know, that kind of way. And he's doing Resident Evil. I don't know if any of you have seen the trailer for it. It's not going to be canon in the sense that it's not based on like Ada or Leon or any of the characters from the game, but Kreger's loved those games and he's a gamer. And he said that this film is a love letter to the experience of playing the games. So while it's not canon, the protagonist will be in Raccoon City. There aren't that many actual zombies in the game, but he wanted to explore what the T virus does, not just to humans and zombies, but to everybody else. So there's lots of new T virus creations that fit very much into that world that will be in the game. So it's much more survival horror and less like typical zombie, which I'm optimistic about. And the trailer is so good. Like guy driving, like if you haven't seen the trailer, go and watch it. It's so good. There's the shotgun in the house he finds. Then he's searching for bullets. Then he finds shotgun shells. There's a typewriter he finds. Like it's just got loads of little, like you can tell by the trailer that the guy knows what it is to play a Resident Evil game. And it coincides with your goals. It's insanely good. Yeah. Everything has come together in a really, really nice way. So I'll be 6 months here, and then I actually came here to study under a master called Master Gu, who's a Wing Chun master, and I haven't met him, but the people who are disciples of his who are still here, he left in March, they all speak of him with a certain reverence. He's just one of those very powerful individuals who kind of emanates that kind of inner strength. And I had done research on this place 10 years ago, and I'd read a review from a student who, the other students' reviews were very cookie cutter, and you could tell that they were just writing a review because they've been told to write a review. But this guy was actually sharing his experience, and his experience was one where he transformed himself in his time here, like truly transformed himself. And it was one of the most impressive reviews I read it was the most impressive review I've ever read for any kind of martial arts school or anything like that. And the look on his face and the picture that went with it was just emanated presence, and you could tell that guy had really found something in himself from the experience here. And I was like, that's where I want to go. This was 10 years ago, and life happens, things get in the way, this, that, and the other. So I come here, and I'm going to sign up for 1 year. And when I arrive, they're like, you can spend 1 week here before you pay and decide what you want to do. And I was like, okay, well, I want to learn Wing Chun, so I want to learn under Master Gu. And they're like, oh, Master Gu's left in March. And then I was asking different people around the academy over the next week, and there was a lot of people who were very cynical about their experience. They said that things had changed, the discipline had gone out of the school, the spirit had changed since the master left. The school was in a state of transition, and not everybody was very happy about it, and this, that, and the other. And so I decided not to be too hasty, and I wasn't going to just sign up for a year. And so I signed up for 6 months instead. And then I found out that this master has actually set up his own school down in the south of China on an island. And one of his disciples who is still here has invited me to go to that school when I finish my time here. So I'm going to do 6 months here and get as fit as I can. And then I'm going to go down to Master Gu's school in 6 months and sign up for 6 months to a year there. And I'll bring all my equipment with me, and I will keep going 100%. And you're not allowed to film the masters here or take any photos of them. But Master Goo is setting up a program whereby you can actually, they'll provide you with equipment. Now I have my own equipment, but they'll provide you with the equipment you need to make videos that you can post on social media, because he is smart and he wants to grow the school, and he understands the power of social media to do that. And so I'll be going to an environment where I will be not only allowed, but actively encouraged and helped to create IRL videos and to bring those into the social media. And maybe I'll do IRL Rogue's Diary or combine them in whatever. But that's all in the future. I'm not overloading myself. Yeah, the room, I have my own bathroom, yeah. Are there any girls there or only males? Yeah, it's mixed. There's chicks here and guys. There's chicks here and guys. I have mixed feelings about that, I think. On the one level, it's nice to have the mix. I was in a mixed school, and it's always nice to have the feminine and the masculine energies there. That is nice. But, there were also lots of complaints about things that, like, I don't know, not lots of complaints. There were some valid complaints, but there were some complaints about things that shouldn't really be complained about. Like, a woman came here with her 2 kids, and there's a guy that runs the shop here, and he works 365 days a year, and he never takes a break. And he's been here for almost 10 years. And he's constantly on call. If anybody needs food or something cooked or something delivered or ordered from online, he's running around doing all of that. And he has his own little shop here, and he smokes in the kitchen of the shop. And some of the students who've been here for quite a while, when they're in the shop, they'll go into the kitchen and they'll just sit down. If they smoke, they'll have a cigarette with them. So this person, she had 2 young kids, and fair enough, I get it that if smoking isn't allowed in the school and it's not a very healthy habit, and you've got kids there, then you definitely don't want your kids to be around people who are smoking. I understand that. And so making complaints about students smoking were outside of the designated, because there is a cabin where they're like, this is the transition room where you can smoke, but we encourage you to stop smoking while you're here. So I can understand why you would complain about that if students were smoking in the shop. But then this person was like, and you know what? It's not just the students. And it's like trying to get the guy who's working here for 10 years in the shop, breaking his back to make sure everybody has in trouble because he's smoking in his own shop. It's like, just let the man have his shop, And then just little complaints about things. But on the other side of that, there are complaints about some of the guys where how would we say this? The indignities of the masculine side of things have been complained about, and it's valid, like some guys being too boisterous or loud or being disrespectful and playing music at night and waking people up, and people are tired. You train hard here, and people want to sleep. And you can't be acting like a teenager running around the place. Or some guy was hitting on some of the chicks, but he was like not very socially adept, and he was doing it in the wrong way, and he came across as creepy, and it freaked some of the chicks out. And it's like, okay, you can't be doing that either. So like both sides of the masculine and feminine, there's things, that you're going to encounter when you have groups of people together, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know. There are problems that happen when you have both genders in schools or both genders in things like this. It would be a lot simpler if there was an all girls Kung Fu Academy or an all boys Kung Fu Academy in one sense. Now, I didn't come here to try and hook up with people, and there's nobody here that I'm really attracted to either. So it's not something that I'm actively pursuing, and I keep myself to myself and I have my goals. So there's no real plus side to like having it mixed, and there's like negatives to having it mixed, but they're not a big deal. So it's not the end of the world. But But yeah, it is mixed. But there's drama that happens then as well because this guy's hooking up with chicks, and then some chick gets jealous and she's spreading rumors about him, and then he's going out to Mooping and hooking up with other people, and then she's trying to turn a guy against him, and now she left and they're fighting, and it's just like there's lots of drama like that that happens as well because of when you have mixed together, and it'd just be an awful lot simpler if it wasn't mixed. So, well, whatever. I saw a playthrough of Resident Evil 4 and 2 recently. RE5 was all I never played RE5. I had Resident Evil 1 when I got my first PlayStation. It scared the shit out of me. I was way too young to play it, but I loved it. And I played Resident Evil 2, obviously, and Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. Resident Evil 4 was absolutely insane. It was breakthrough. But for me, all four of those games are insane. Resident Evil 1 will always have a special place in my heart because it's in the mansion, and there's just something about that. The opening scene of trying to go back out the mansion doors and a dog just jumping and its teeth coming through the door scared the bejesus out of me. Let's try and kill Tavarok here. But Resident Evil 2 is very iconic, you know, the police station and all that. But Nemesis scared the bejesus out of me because the Nemesis running around and he's like, stars. And like you hear that and you know he's behind you, and it's just this boom, 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 and he's running down the... It's terrifying. Okay, this is ridiculous RNG. There's nothing we can do about that. Wing Chun, is that what Ip Man, one of Bruce Lee's mentors, I think, practiced? Yeah, that's it, Wing Chun. Wing Chun is what Bruce Lee learned. He made changes to it, but the foundational art is Wing Chun, and he turned it into Jeet Kune Do. But it's based on Wing Chun. It's just it's an offshoot of Wing Chun. So find a girl and come back. Nah, I'm not here to find girls. I'm not here to find girls. I would like a chilled out gamer girl. A chilled out gamer girl who is like really into WoW or any game or whatever, and like just nest up and like just play games. And if they were a streamer as well, that'd be cool. And if not, like just whatever, like just a house cat, somebody who likes chilling out and just having a nice, quiet, simple not life. Like I've done all the club and I've done all the party and I've done all the festivals. I've done the traveling around the world thing. I've done all those things, and you know, it's kind of old now at this stage. So someone who just wants to like, yeah, 2 house cats just chilling out and then go out the odd time. Nice and simple. And if she was cute and Asian, that would be a plus. How the fuck are you farming 300 gold per hour? I don't. I farm 390 gold per hour, brother, in Steam Vaults. I'm not really gold farming now. We're trying to kill Tabarok, and I've been farming for a while, so I'm actually just chatting. Let's reset. It's 11:30. I got 15 minutes. I'll do one more run, one more attempt, and I gotta go to bed because I need my 7 hours. Shops near you, or you need a car to get there. There's one shop inside the academy that's run by the guy that I just mentioned, Surf. There is a supermarket just down the road, but this is in a national park. There's a supermarket just down the road. There's a little Ni Hao Lady restaurant a little bit further down the road. There's a second supermarket here, but it's a very small, kind of dusty old shop that kind of has everything you want, but it's all like covered in dust underneath blankets and plastic, and it looks like the place hasn't been, everything just gets thrown in a corner. But like, it's more reliable than the other supermarket. If you're looking for something obscure, you go there because somewhere on some shelf they'll have kind of what you need. And it's run by this old Chinese lady, and the security camera in the middle of the shop, there's a nest in it, and there's 3 bird chicks inside the nest, and then the mother is flying in and out the window with food, and they're just chirping. It's like got a lot of character. I like that shop a lot. But yeah, you need a car if you want to go into Muping, go to the dentist, go get like into a town or city. It's a half-hour drive. If you go see the film there, do they show it with subtitles? Most likely they will. That won't bother me. Now, if it was dubbed, that'd be a problem. What do you think the vision is for you and the school? Do you think you will remain there for 3+ years? No. I'll go down. I'll leave this school in 6 months and I'll go down to Master Goo School. And I honestly can't say what's going to happen after that, because when you're around somebody like that, if that's where I'm supposed to be and like my path lies ahead of me in that direction, I don't know what transformations might take place within me when I get there. It's one of those things that you can't really say until you get there. My initial plan is to go there and sign up for at least 6 months, but maybe a year. I'll check my finances and see where I'm at, and then I'll start budgeting. But I'm pretty sure that in 6 months I'll be able to sign up at this other place for a year and still comfortably have a little bit of change left. And I think in that year, I will be, at the end of that year, I'll be in a solid position. I think I'm fairly confident about, well, my work schedule with streaming and content creation, with Classic Plus coming out, and with the niche that I'm in, I think I'll be able to grow the channel and grow the stream up to a place where I'll be able to make a little bit of money out of it, and it will be able to keep me afloat and buy me some things, like buy me food and stuff like that. I think in a year, if I work hard and do things right, I think in a year I could be in a position where that could be possible. And then I could probably spend the rest of my savings on a second year. If Wing Chun suits me, because he's just, and I get good at it, I could become one of his disciples. Then you get an even cheaper second year. And because he's trying to promote his school, he will definitely be looking for opportunities and ways to promote people in his school. So if you're a good student and you train hard and you learn quickly, then I think that you might be able to, there might be opportunities for me to create content around martial arts and Wing Chun as well. So that's an option, but I'm not going to say that that's my plan, because I just don't know yet. I don't know if it's going to be a right fit for me. Who knows? You know, it could be the case that I enjoy it there so much and I get good at it that I could become a coach in a year, and then I get super discounted. I could basically live there and train, you know, close to for free, and then stream in the evenings and continue with the discipline of the martial art that I'm learning. Or after a year, I might just think, you know, I'm in great shape now. I'm happy out. The stream's going well. I'm going to move somewhere else, and, you know, maybe I'll move to Japan, or maybe I'll go back to Europe, or maybe I'll go get a visa to the States and go live there for a while. But I'll be in a much better mental, physical, and emotional position in a year, after a year of training like this. And when you're in those positions, you make much better choices. And I think that life unfolds in front of you in a way. When a man is right, his world will be right. That kind of way. So it's just about being patient with myself, taking it easy, not making too many plans, not expecting too much, just seeing in front of me the different options that they are, and seeing which one kind of opens up as I move toward it, and just try and gently find my way into who I am in my future. That's what I'm doing. That's okay. That's okay. Why no music? I would have put some on earlier. I just I didn't think of it. Maybe I'll become a master and remain there. It's possible. It's possible. How much does it cost? This one that I'm in now cost 8,000 euros for 6 months. I get food 3 times a day and train 5 days a week. And I have my own private room and a bathroom. So it's very good value. Nice, thank you. You're very welcome, Race Car Bob. So what's your income coming from? My income is not coming from anything. I'm using all of my savings to do this, to pursue this dream. I have enough to last me for about 2 years. And after that, if I run through all of it and I haven't gotten into a position where I'm financially stable enough to live, then I'll just get a job. I'll get an ordinary job again, you know? That sucks. Okay, we're gonna go in. We're gonna wait for. We're gonna go into Tavrock. We're gonna wait for prep to come off cooldown. We're gonna do one more attempt, and then I gotta go to bed. Florida gang. What did you do before this? The last job. Okay, so when COVID hit, I was living in Vietnam. I was teaching English for 7 years. When COVID hit, everybody left because all the schools closed down. I went back to Ireland. I studied cybersecurity, did the A plus, Network plus, and CompTIA Security plus, and I spent about 6 months learning the fundamentals of hacking and the basics of hacking. And then I started applying for jobs, and I got a job as a cybersecurity industry analyst for a consulting company called Frost and Sullivan. And I was basically interviewing large companies like AT&T or Accenture, and it was like a cat and mouse game. We would look through the white papers of their companies, and we would go through the websites, and we were parsing through the different information, trying to ascertain what is their overall budget for this sector, what is their connect. Okay, we got to reconnect. Okay, I think we're back. So basically, it wasn't technical cybersecurity. I wasn't blue team, red team, purple team. I was interviewing companies, trying to figure out how much money they were spending on certain cybersecurity sectors or products, which was more business consulting and analysis. So I did that for about 6 months, and then I quit, and I took the summer off because even though the money was really good, my heart wasn't in it. I took the summer off, and then I got a job working in an Italian restaurant in my hometown just as a waiter. This thing burst into my head. I was sitting on my couch after like 4 months, and all through the summer I had this repeating thought in my head like a loop. You have to get another job in cyber. You have to get another job in cyber. You have to get another job in cyber. Get back on the horse. Get out there and start doing it. And I couldn't relax. I couldn't just go to the gym and relax and have the summer to myself. This kept coming into my head because I'd studied for it, and I just left the other job. So I knew the best time to go from one company to another is just after you leave. Otherwise there's questions, and all this going through my head. And I had also gone through like a personal loss at that time. A member of my immediate family had died. So it was a pretty heavy time. So that was a big part of why I'd quit the job as well. My heart wasn't in it, but also it was like there's a lot of stuff going on in my life at the time. So I kind of took the summer off. At the end of the summer, I was sitting on a couch in my apartment, and this thought came back into my mind: you've got to get another job in cyber. And I literally was there on my own. I just looked up and just spoke out loud to nothing. I don't want a job in cybersecurity. And the moment I did that, all the tension in my shoulders just melted away, and my body, like psychosemantically, my body responded to the truth that I had spoken, and I relaxed, and I realized it was true. And in that instant, boom, boom, 2 images flashed into my mind. And the first one was my good friend Ali Quantrill, who I met in Hanoi, and we would watch Game of Thrones together. And we were watching Game of Thrones one night, and before we turned the episode on, he said, 1 second, and he went into the kitchen and came back out. He had a bottle of red wine, and he had a little wooden platter with some different cheeses on it. And he goes, all right, let's have a little bit of this before we start the episode. And it was such a simple thing, but it was such a nice thing to do. He said, this is such and such a cheese, and this one's such and such, and this wine. And he told me a little bit about it. And the way that he presented it really impressed me, And I said, this is so nice, getting a little bit of wine and cheese and a bit of culture before we watch Game of Thrones. How is it you come to know these things about these things? And he said, I worked in a really nice restaurant in London for not a few years, but for a while. And he said, if you ever get the opportunity to work in a restaurant, you should take it, because working in a restaurant is a really good life experience. And obviously that idea had an impact on me, even though I didn't consciously recognize it at the time because it had gone into a dusty shelf at the back of my mind. So fast forward 2 years and I'm sitting on my couch and I speak the words out loud and the truth melts into my bones and I just, in my head, boom, Ali Quantrill flashes into my head, job in a restaurant. And immediately afterwards, boom, the face of a man in my town who owns an Italian restaurant. His name is Ezio. I've never met him, but I knew of him because he's one of the only Italians in like an all Irish town and he owned that restaurant. And he's got like a bit of style and a bit of swagger to him because he's Italian. So I knew what he looked like. And his face just burst into my head after Ali's. And I immediately knew what I had to do. It was a strange experience. I can't explain it. I stood up, I walked straight downtown. I walked into his restaurant. I put my hand down. I said, hello, my name is Rue. I know that you don't know me, but I would like you to give me a job here and I would like you to teach me what you do. Like verbatim, that's what I said to him. And he just looked at me and kind of blinked and he said, have you ever worked in a restaurant before? And I said, no. And he said, it's very hard. I said, that's fine. He said, if there's ever a problem, just don't lie to me. Tell me the truth and we'll solve it. I said, that's fine. I said, okay. So I worked there for 6 months. And that was the best job I ever had. It was very dramatic. He was like crazy, explosively emotional Italian guy. Like he would lose his shit under stress. Like, oh, we're in the fucking shit, Roo. What are you doing? Just going crazy and like slamming doors and blaming everything on everyone around him. But it was an amazing building, great character. The food was really nice. And I got to do what he did. I was basically like the host and I would go and serve people food and I would describe the food to them and tell them which wine they might like with it and do what Ali had done for me to them. And you'd have young couples in love. You'd have families coming out for events. You'd have business meetings. You'd have all these people coming together. And I realized that serving people food there's no moral quandary with serving people food. It's one of the nicest things that you can do for people is to just serve them good food and make them feel welcome and treat them with respect and dignity. And I got to do that night after night with people. And I really enjoyed it. Now he was too much for me to handle. He would fly off the handle and he was pretty abusive sometimes. So I was like, after a while, but I knew I was there for a reason. And he introduced me to one of my best friends and who will be a best friend to me for life. And he's also a mentor of mine. And he's a Catholic monk. And he introduced me to him. And as soon as I met him, I knew that was why I was there. And I quit the next day. And my monk, my friend Paul, still is with me to this day. We text each other all the time. He's a Catholic monk. He worked for Mother Teresa. When he took his vows, he went to India and he worked under Mother Teresa in a monastery there. He has the most wild stories, one of the most interesting people I've ever met in my life. And he's become one of my best friends. And he helped me then through this time of loss and this time in my life that was very difficult. And with such kindness. So yeah, thank you for the question. You reminded me of how lucky I am to have these experiences and to have come out the other end of them and be in a good place. Appreciate you very much. Let's see if we can kill Tavarok now. Last attempt before I go to bed. What happens if you say I want another job in cybersecurity? Like saying Candyman 3 times in front of the mirror. Instant poison, offhand. Let's go deadly. What's the time there? It's right here. Look. It's 10 to 12 in the PM. Okay. Let's try and focus up and kill him.
Stun incoming.
Okay, he did get us with Earthquake in the middle of our... Yeah, we're not doing it this time, fam. And he Crystal Prismed us. That's okay. What do we got? Phase 3 releases on Thursday. So we got Monday, we got tomorrow night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and Thursday night to try and kill Tavarok before Phase 3 lands. I think there's a good chance we can do it. We got him to 2%. We got him down to 5% earlier on today. We need one good RNG per day to have a real crack at killing him. So we'll keep doing it. Yeah, and then on Thursday night, we do midnight release raid. We'll be streaming that. But midnight release over here is 6 a.m., which is really nice. I just get up an hour earlier than I normally do, and then my day starts with Phase 3 release, Mount Hyjal burst. I'll be exposing for the other rogue in my guild, Freka, and then we'll do Mount Hyjal, and after that, we wait until the following Tuesday, and the same raid group will go in to do Black Temple on the Tuesday, and then I get to pump, and Freka will expose for me, and we can roll on Wargleaves. So that's going to be super exciting. And Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I will be making an alt group and sneaking into Black Temple. We'll probably do some trash farm runs in BT, just for rep. But also I'm going to do some alt runs. We're going to sneak into Black Temple, and I'm going to see if we can pickpocket epic gems from the mobs in Black Temple, because if we can, that would be a very nice little farm. And I also want to test some theory I have about Black Temple with regards to shadow stepping through cracks indoors and getting access to areas that are normally locked behind phasing. I have a few ideas. So yeah, we're going to be doing that next week in between raid, which is going to be fun. I'll turn those into bandages. In the morning you wake up at 6? Generally no. Breakfast is at 7:30. You can wake up at 6 and do optional Tai Chi and Qigong in the morning. This is a form of meditation. However, I do not do this because any of the optional classes I ditch in favor of pursuing the digital dream and creating content. I'm doing enough work on the physical side of things in the classes that are mandatory. That's enough for me. I'll take the physical time. I'll take the optional class time to rest or do work I need to do in front of the computer. So that's the trade-off I make with myself, which I'm very happy with. So I normally wake up at about 7 because breakfast is at 7:30. But for Mount Hyjal release, it'll be at 6, so I'll be waking up at about 5:30, which is fine. We'll just go to bed an hour earlier. Hermetics, well, I enjoyed tuning into your stream for the first time. Keep up the good work, rest well and train hard. Hermetics, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to chat to you, and I appreciate your chat, your comments, and your perspective. Peace. Peace to you too, brother. Okay, that seems like a good place to stop. I will catch all of you at some time in the future. Thank you for chatting, lurking, following, subbing, and just chilling out. Appreciate you all very much.